Welcome to the Serenity Invitational. My name is Keglanek, and of course I'm joined with the love of my life, the most handsome and, well, he can say himself, the ravishing man on the internet, ravishing Ravish. Hello, Ravish. How are you?
Hey, how we doing, Max? As I'm just out here tripping through time, you know me, man. I'm doing absolutely freaking-tastic as we're about ready to get into some really solid games here. Because you see, like, even though my mic is pausing, my heart stays beating for more exciting Valorant.
Absolutely. I love exciting Valorant all the time, and this is a really awesome Tier 2 opportunity that we don't really get to see too often either, and just being able to have this opportunity has been amazing. But I think overall, Ravish, we have to thank Team Serenity for allowing us to be able to do this. And so about Team Serenity, they are a multi-platform organization, an esports organization no less, that was founded in 2019. Now, Team Serenity is currently competing in Fortnite and in Valorant, and it also has a great team of content creators and streamers. But their goal with Team Serenity is beyond all of that. They want to be able to bring different communities together and showcase the talent that they all have across the whole globe. And fun fact, and now you're going to love this one, Ravish, Team Serenity is Ontario-based.
Now, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know this fact until this very morning. So you know me, man. I was extremely hyped to go ahead and rep a lot more Canadians, on chat, on stream. So let's go get that Canada hype going. Let me see us Maple Leafs. Let me see you talk about some Timbits and getting a double at Tim Hortons. But you wouldn't know about that, would you, Max?
The only time I've had them, they burnt my coffee.
That's tragic, but
it was black coffee. How do you mess that up?
You know what, man? That is a Tim Hortons way where you think the coffee couldn't get any worse, but they go ahead and burn it for you too, just to make sure you get that whole.
Yeah, what was up with that?
See, we live in precarious times within Canada, right?
Very true. It's been a long time since I've been to Canada, so maybe they've worked on their black coffee recipe.
I hope so. I genuinely hope so. But
I hope so.
But that doesn't matter. But you know what? Things that are not burned, but things that make us feel warm at heart, like the coffee, are these games we have upcoming for us, Max. Why don't you go ahead and talk about the teams that we're about to see?
Oh boy. Okay, so we have Team Zero Marksman versus Take Flyte. These are two really unique teams that we're going to be showcasing today because the information on them is there, but they're both in really unique aspects of their Valorant lives. Zero Marksman have a really stellar esports career outside, but they're just starting to get into Valorant. And with this, we don't want to tell you the maps just yet, but it's going to be a map they've never played on before to start things out. Oh, it's at the bottom. Hello, Haven. They have never played on Haven before. Meanwhile, Take Flyte, it's their most winnable map.
So consider this is a best of 3 here, so we should see some absolute blowouts though. But I do always say the overall gusto of a team can be measured based upon how willing and able they are to adapt to a map, especially like Haven, though, because I find that is the limit tester for so many of these teams. Those 3 bomb sites are no joke, and what really makes it across the board for them is the slow rotates and how they execute onto a site here, Max. Which is really can leave some teams in the dust, you might say, and could send them to heaven.
That's what I'm. Oh my God!
That joke was so bad the camera died.
oh Lord! It's okay, Cthulhu. We'll work with that. But overall, Haven, you're completely right. It comes down to the rotates, and that's the biggest thing I'm going to be looking out for today when watching this match. Is that how is Zero Marksman going to react, especially on the defensive side, to rotating around what I'm assuming is going to be a very aggressive attacking side of Take Flyte. And with them never competitively playing this before, this is also their first best of 3 to ever play too. I'm wondering how much they can do in this rotate game. Their defense, last time we watched them play on Bind, worked out really well, but they could not win an attack to save their lives.
Yeah, they're definitely overall a very backside playing team, right? They just said, we're going to go ahead and let you all come to us, which is how they choose to attack the board here. Now, although my camera doesn't agree with you here, Max, you know that I certainly do here. I find every single time you make a point, my camera decides whether or not I actually want to go ahead and let you play with it, as we see all the agent selects on the screen. But there's one interesting thing about ZMM here, though, Max.
Yeah, there's 3 omens.
Yeah. Well, yes, exactly. So we want to go ahead and show you a new feature in Valorant where you can pick more than one agent.
It's about time.
Forget going balanced compositions, man. Smokes all the way. I want to see only Omens versus only Jets.
I mean, yeah, I mean, or 5 battle sages.
Can you imagine? That would be
so many revives. But you're absolutely right, though. We do see ZMM on the defense, and this was the much more preferred site that we've seen them play together the last time that they played against Bind at GLG. Here's the thing, though, Ravish, is that when we saw them play a best of one on Bind, that was the first time they've ever competitively played together.
Which is the craziest part. Like, right here is how this team has been able to go ahead and come together in such a short amount of time here, Max.
Absolutely. Now, we were debating before the stream started how things were going to go down on Take Flyte's side. We weren't sure whether or not Budes was going to go for a Cypher pick or a Killjoy pick, because with their team composition, it's literally 50-50. And it looks like the odds are going to be a little bit more even in the Cypher favor after this matchup. And I'm wondering, especially going into this, what the main cause was to switch over from, the Billie Eilish character.
Can you imagine? Because you don't want to be the bad guy everywhere you are here, right?
Well, when we all fall asleep, we're gonna find out where we go after this matchup.
I imagine so. As it looks like maybe a fast B hit coming in for the side of TF, though, as it go and take off the side. Actually, it'll be smaller rotation. It looks like they got picked off a little bit, though. ZMM only down to 2v5 in a retake situation here, Max.
Now, retake right now coming out from Hydra and the Sova last left alive. Now, they're going to be splitting up a little bit, and it's looking like Take Flight have the site completely under their control. The smokes are going to be a huge barricade. The pre-fire shots from Hydra aren't going to connect until, well, he steps into the smoke, and they do. Now he's got to make a difficult choice. Does he jump down, risk some of his health, and take down some more enemies, or is he going to save the Sovereign Ghost? There's not a lot of options, especially with them coming after him, and that's going to be the round right there. Take Flight win the first pistol round of this game, and it's going to be a really strong start for them. And Zero Marksman, they're already trying to play a retake game. And
yeah, exactly here, Max. Right? This is what we know them to be, right? Although they're not the most aggressive squad, but based upon how they play on the defense, the retake is usually quite excellent, which is what everyone want to see more of, though. Now, based upon the saving going into the first round, I feel not so ideal. The first round, you go ahead and have some fun with it, and you're okay. But what they do want to go ahead and point out, though, is right now Take Flight have decided to opt into pretty much going full buys. You have shields and a couple of Phantoms, as let's go in onto the C side with 3 there, but look at the mid side as well with both the Jet and the side for lurking, trying to catch picks B.
Oh, it's already going to be a rush going down to C site, and we're seeing so much chaos in Trade City already happening on the site. The round has barely started, and the frags are just keeping on going. Lynn's going to take down Lou, but that's only going to be the start of it. He's able to clap out another one on top. But Karuz, the fragger of the team here, is able to get a nice headshot onto that Sova, but it's going to be up to really just Hydra to really prepare the site from not getting fully taken over. Unfortunately, a triple kill coming out from Lynn's going to be another round in the favor of Take Flight. Zero Marksman, I do really like how fast their rotates are going. It's just a matter of winning those gunfights.
As gunfights so far have been really excellent, like you mentioned here, especially into the favor of TF, though, considering they've already got 2 rounds of the board for themselves. Now, going into this round 2, like you see, consider the gun round right now, ZMM, they have to be able to go ahead and put themselves together and move forward within this, because they'll be stuck within a back and forth half by sort of type of place, because and they'll only get their shot every other round. Look at the setup already here, Max. It's a bit spread out. You see almost all of TF just looking to kind of lurk and catch a pick, because they were able to do so successfully for the side of ZMM, though, based on the side. But if you look at Zero Marksman, Jet also playing up around A long, but no one's covering short as they're moving through garage.
Oh no, we already see Denia with the op, and it's going to be a very aggressive attack, it seems. Bossy's pushing up right now, looking through garage, which is not under the control of Zero whatsoever. However, the rest of them making up for it are going to be hiding on C site, waiting to see who's going to poke their head out first, and it's going to be a quick little pre-fire from Bossy instead to make themselves known. The recon bolt's going to go down and reveal everyone from the back site, and it's a little frozen for me, but we can only assume chaos is going down. Sybil's able to find Lou, but What's going to happen from there? It's a complete takeover, it seems, as Frost goes in for the flank through Garage. Spike's going to go down. Yeah, it's a really good take right now. The Spike's going to go down, and Frost, well, Ravish, he's been in this position before, having to retake from Garage.
It is a 3v4, so not a completely insane situation for them, because the Reyna is also a very, very low health, so they're able to go entry onto the point. Consider, look at this right now here as well, Max. So they go inside the camera, trying to find anybody looking through short, a 3v2, but Karuz gets a nice little pick, takes out Bossy 3v3, going onto the side. Backside's cleared away simple. That's one left to live, trying to go ahead and clutch in a 1v2 situation. They're able to clear out the site. Lin comes in, 1v1, bomb taken down, peeks in and takes it. Lin clutch the round.
You got to give it to Lin. He's really good at these retakes in these clutch rounds, but unfortunately, it just wasn't the round for him. You got to give it to Zero Marksman, though. They were able to play that retake site really well, and that's something we've been seeing a lot of these rounds, where they kind of fall just a little short of those retakes. But that C site one, I think, is the beginning of something really amazing for their defense.
So that's right now too, because you saw as well within the retake how they were able to go ahead and easily enter onto the site, get a couple of picks, and clear out the round was so well done. And Max pops back into frame. Hey, Max, where'd you go, buddy?
You know what? I'm a groundhog, and there's gonna be 6 more weeks of winter. Oh, goodbye.
Oh no.
Okay.
Well, that's disappointing. But
something that we've been seeing a lot from Zero Marksman when they've been playing is that they're really good, and they often opt for those retakes immediately. And it seems like the aggressive maneuvers from Take Flight are kind of playing into that. Whether that's a good thing or bad thing, that kind of depends on the round.
No, that's right now too, because you see yet again, Take Flight opt to go in for the C push with a cypher at the back, but Lou picks him off though, and that was gun is in hand. Considering a ZMM were on a save, so this will be pretty solid for them to go. Is able to go get that back, but the Spike goes down. Hyder takes a simple, and now the 3v2, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy 3v2 here. None of the defenders able to really get onto the site. The flash is going to go down from Frost, able to find the headshot onto Lin. The clutch match is going to go down. This is looking very indicative that this could be a round win for ZMM, and this will be able to tie things up 2-2. Bossy's the last one alive, though. The Reyna, the most powerful clutch master there is, isn't able to even find a frag, let alone stop that defuse. Hydra with a 3K. That's going to be a very powerful and lucrative, thrifty round for ZMM, as their economy is going to be so much better now.
Exactly, because they were on the save that round to so go ahead and get themselves back, and go for a small reset. Meanwhile, on the other end for Take Flight, that means they have to go and opt for the save. But Butte and Bossy are actually going in for a bit of a half buy. So they want to just go all in on this. So not bad. I respect it. Past that too, one big thing was that Bossy as well left the site and tried to go in for a garage for a little bit of fun. But by the time she actually got to garage, everybody was dead though. So that's taking those to Take Flight, and they want to try to go for a possible A hit, Max.
Oh, but look at the Spike. It's going to be on the ground just outside of spawn. That tells me possibly it looks like Take Flight's looking for an entry pick to see what the site might be the most weakest, or even trying to bait out or rotate on Haven. So far, they haven't had much luck, though. It's going to be the Cypher, especially. Butte is looking around for his flank and see maybe if you can go on a solo expedition to A. Might be a little too much, though. He's going to be returning back to the rest of his team, and they are still going to be going for A, despite all the traps on the ground.
Right now, they're still set up right around the A side, around 2 looking long, and one coming down in short. Now, then you just have the knives, and it is only the Cypher there on site as part of them all out. And no rotation being forced, though, should spot them all out through the camera. Shotgun's already in, signaling to the entire team of ZMM. The ace has been taken over. Let's go, men. Charge.
One thing I've noticed is that there's a distinct lack of smokes coming out from Take Flight's team. This might kick them in the butt a little bit, as one's going to fall already. Bossy's able to clap back, though. A-Link is going to be hotly contested as another smoke goes down. What is The Omen doing? There's no smokes, it seems, except for the flank, so it must be denying some sort of retake on the short side. Lin, though, having a great angle from below, waiting to see if anyone's going to peek out from Heaven's side. He's going to go for a teleport and go for a much safer position as other bodies around him fall. Hydra and Frost are able to take 2 down. The Spike's still in the ground, however, Lin, the possible clutch master himself, having to stave off multiple enemies, able to find one, but will that be enough? No, it's not. ZMM are going to take a small lead now, I believe, as they are 3-2. I think the scoreboard's a little wrong.
No, we'll go get that fixed right away. It should be 3 and 2 here. Yeah. From what I believe.
But it should be because they've gotten 2 defuses, right? Yeah. No. They've gotten 3 defuses.
Oh no, 2 defuses. You can tell. Look right there. See?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
see.
one round must have been just too little, too late. That's my mistake.
Exactly. Yeah. See, I believe that was around. Remember when Bossy came in for the flank, right? Around through garage, but then by the time then Z-Man was able to go enter onto the site, take all those places and clusters out, which is actually very well done by them. And even this yet again, it was very close call, but because he couldn't clear out heaven, it still allowed the Phoenix to be able to come in and clear out. I cleared them out, but right now, go for a fast knee pusher, Max.
Hydra going for a very aggressive peek there through garage.
Yeah.
He's lucky to come out with his life.
This is, I mean, like you mentioned, the fact that he didn't get shot at immediately by 4 people there, that was amazing. But that just means that garage controllers immediately seceded over to the side. I'll take Flyte to go in. Lin, it's a shot to the face, but remember the TF are on the save right now, Max.
They are on the save right now. I'm really curious to see where TF is going to push from here. They have the sheriffs out, and ZMM are usually the ones that are the sheriff masters. Simple's able to find one on the Harmony. Frost claps back a little bit more, but you're in a weird spot right now with this spike. Either you go for Seaside where all the defenders are at, or you have to worry about one single jet hopping on low beam side. Caruso's able to get a double kill out of that, taking down Bossy and Butte, and lose there to clean up house. That's going to even things out now, 3 and 3. Against both teams, and Ravish, this is a completely different marksman than we saw a few days ago in Bind.
This seems was that a collateral that Cruz got to with that one shot double? That was sick.
Oh, we might be able to see a replay in the corner here. Let's see if that was a collateral. I don't think it was. I think it was like a shot and then a quick scope, but I could be mistaken. We might be able to see it again here.
Coming up in just a couple seconds. Look at this. He gets what? Yeah, he missed that one.
But all the defenders are at.
Both of them actually lined up to come out. So look, Bossy has like 19 health. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. It was.
It wasn't.
It was.
It could have been. We could say it was.
I mean, hey, you know what? That's the narrative I want to go for. The narrative right now as well is yet again take Flyte, trying to go and run it back. We're trying to get garage control yet again. But look at the spread here as well here, Max. As they're all kind of centered around A mainly. Trying to go in through short, but they haven't forced any rotations as of yet.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to bait out Zero Marksman right now. Try to make them go over to A site. Oh, no, it is not a bait. They're just making sure it's safe. So the rest of the squad making their way through A long. They're going to be trying to take over the site. But something I've noticed is that the Omen on Take Flight's team doesn't really go for aggressive smokes, but more or less denies the flanks using them.
Ooh, that was really big by Caruso, like you said. Let's go. He spots the rotation. He's coming through short. And he's actually clear them all out. But Link wasn't for a TP. Let him get it through heaven. Defiance Harmony gets 2. All right, doing it big already. Now in a 4v2 situation. Having still in control of ZMM, but Spike is down, Max.
I love how Lin can just bob and weave through all the smoke to deny and kill everyone on sight. Caruso is still holding the sniper's nest though, and having Lin's able to get the headshot as I speak. Oh, the caster's curse coming back once again. This is not looking like a round for ZMM. Now only one left alive, and Lin with a 4K is able to clean up the house by barely moving off the site. He's just able to find everything through the smokes.
And take Flyte, bring it back. It was a much needed round for them before this just got caught. It's back and forth economy like we mentioned before as well here, Max. But considering how far ZMM were already, the economy for them should be also perfectly fine, right? Which is the best part too. But one of the biggest things we are going to want to talk about is that especially on Haven, you have to make sure to clear out the Haven side, especially if you know, even through all that smoke, like there is still an opera there. So maybe if Jeff is a little bit brazy, just have to go ahead and drop down. Who are you going to call?
The Ghostbusters?
The Ghostbusters, Max. The Oddbusters, if anything.
The Omen Busters. He's a ghost.
He is. You're definitely right.
I think he's a ghost. Ooh, but speaking of ghosts right now, the phantom memory of Caruso going down, unfortunately. Going to be a ghost now for the rest of this round. Simple's able to find the headshot. A very aggressive op stance here is going to really backfire. They're able to get that op if they really want to. And that spike, though, is taking a much slower journey than we've seen these last few rounds.
Now, considering that all the op has got so much pressure already relegated from TF, though, because you see it, but One big thing was that Harden was able to catch out at least one person there coming through A long through the tip wire, so that immediately signals to all of them, like, oh, you know what? It's not worth it. It was all TF. You know what? It's not worth it. Let's go and rotate, and the C site is open, Max. Look at this.
We've seen Take Flight go through C-Long so many times before. There's no smoke denial. There's no traps. In fact, there's nobody on the site except for a single Cypher cam. The only difference, though, is that the Omen and the Phoenix are not too far away. Hydra should be known now that someone's going to be on site, but he's stalled out by the Cypher on the enemy team. That spike plant's going to go down. Hydra's still stalling out a little bit. He knows someone's right around the corner, but the rest of the ZMM, where are they? They're nowhere to be seen. They're having to rotate through a single corridor.
This is so tough to right now, considering it's a 4v3. Make that a 5v3 at this point, 5v4. Considering, sorry, 4v3, like just one back and forth. Guys, can you stop killing other people? I'm trying to make a point. Thanks, that'd be great.
Bullets have points, and so does Lin. Triple kills, able to solidify a lead. Take Flight, taking down Zero Marksman all over C-Site. It seems like C-Site has been the best site for Take Flight so far. We see Zero Marksman going in for so many retakes on every single bomb plan, but they're just not able to bring it back on this one particular site.
And that was the biggest thing too, because right at the beginning, considering they went ahead, took out the op, right, erased that out of competition, maintained the man advantage from there too. And the next biggest thing as well here, Max, like you saw, once a shipper went off down long, they were like, oh, you know what, it's not worth it. Immediately go over to see it. Once it's already cleared out too, the side is open for them. One big thing that you saw that Cypher was opting in to come in through garage though, but it got taken out. Didn't matter. We take game strong for TF as they look down, as they're pushing us C-Long again. But look yet again, backside, like Jet and Ohm still looking mid.
There's no way that Cruz probably would have known, but using the ult on a save round against the team might not have been the best maneuver though. I do like it. He's able to stall out Bossy. He's been one of the biggest entries for Take Flight so far. But on a save round, even with Sheriffs, maybe there could have been a better use for the ult utility, but also keep in mind, Zero Marksman have a whole team full of them.
Zero Marksman are also on the save as well, Max, but considering they were able to get the opening pick is actually quite big. But Harmony gets another flick. That was super clear as it coming out to the A side here, Max.
Oh, but Lin with the Phantom in hand, able to get that spike plant down again. Last time we saw a plant down on A, this was Zero Marksman's round. They were able to retake things fairly easily. Actually, I stand mistaken. It was Lin. It was entirely all Lin to get a 4K on this round. So a lot of these retakes haven't really worked for Zero Marksman. It's a struggle right now. The knives aren't even able to find Lin. He's able to be taken down though from a sheriff. But even then, we're seeing a lot of Take Flight stalled out way past that bomb site.
The spike has just gone down, but look at this, because considering Danny was able to get the spike planter there, now in a 2v2 situation, try to go for a bit of a fake, able to clear it out, because look where they're holding. One down and short, one down and long. Make sure they just cannot defuse. They have the spike covered, and yet still, as soon as everybody's spike is going off, man. Take Flight able to delay it long enough to make sure that it doesn't actually explode. That was big.
I really liked how Take Flight played that round. Denya and the Cypher able to just stall things out. Bude was able to get one kill, but he knew he didn't need to get the other two. It would have been counterintuitive almost, because then he would have engaged in another gunfight that he more likely than not could have lost. Even then, there was a lack of aggression from Zero Marksman. They didn't push up enough. Even on a save round, they had the sheriffs. They could have been able to.
As of right now, though, this does go ahead and give TF the chance to go and jump back into the game. Off the sheriffs into the actual guns. Just 6-3 for them right now. As Frosty able to bring out Bossy. The spread right now is still looking to go in onto Hay as 2 try to push in. As 2 down on C. Seeing which side's clear, but both are being held down pretty well by ZMM.
One thing I've noticed that ZMM have been able to really adapt and change around their defensive positioning most of these rounds. Cypher always usually stays on A. There were cams on C just a few rounds ago, but they're really adapting to how they know Take Flight have liked to play. And Bossy again is going to be the first one to fall. And so the cards right now are lining up in Zero Marksman's favor, but they really need to capitalize on it like they couldn't last round.
As right now, because look at the smokes as well. They go ahead and deny garage and deny C entrance as well, just looking to slow down. As much as Take Flight as they can, and considering B gets caught out on A. It is just 3 left. They're all down C, 1 in Cubby. It was a 2v2 situation. They're gonna find an opening pick for a take flight that she will do something, but the paranoid and flash, they have 30 seconds left to go here, Max. What are they gonna do?
Oh, a fake TP coming out from Frost is gonna get a little bit damaged from the shock dart, but not a whole lot. The rest of TF, though, gonna make their way in, and you gotta ask yourself, TF is going on here, because wow, absolute decimation from Zero Marksman, able to melt down the enemy. And that's something I've really liked about Zero Marksman's defense, even from when we saw them on Bind, is that if a post plant doesn't go or happen, like if the spike never hits the ground, Zero, they're able to melt any attacking team that gets on site. They're able to really capitalize on that mantra, but once the post plant happens, more often than not, it's usually in the favor of the attacker.
Yeah, and so far within these split type pushes that you have coming off of the side to take flight, though, it has been very back and forth for them. But considering Zero Marksman is actually going full ahead, gonna change it up. Now he's pushed all together, almost all through A long with Reyna lurking at the back.
That's right, and we're seeing a split push right now going through A short and long. The Owl drone not finding anything just yet, but definitely hearing the Cypher cam. The audio is in play. But that spike isn't necessarily going down A just yet, and everyone's kind of taking their time with it, and they're waiting for the rest of ZMM to get onto the site to go for a fair gunfight, it seems.
Already did we clear that out with the Empress pop 2 here, so that's waiting on the Omen Charger as you rotate over. But this Molly doing so much work, delaying the spike plan for a couple of seconds, so I like that bit of a cheeky play. But Boss able to go out and get Lou. It was a 5v1 already, as back and forth. Jenya denies Frost even getting it onto the site. Just Hydra left coming in from heaven, faces 2, gets 1 out of it. But Bossy, the Empress, stands at the top.
Bossy making the Empress work out a triple kill to boot too. We're coming close to the end of the first half though, and this has been pretty dominantly in the favor of Take Flight. Traditionally, we've been seeing ZMM do really well on the defense, but Take Flight here has been able to make Haven work. Keep in mind, Ravish, they have a 45% win rate on this map.
That's the craziest part. And I remember you were talking about too, about how as well on the side of ZMM, they've never actually really played this map before.
You're right.
And yeah, like this is insane. They're doing so well on it. Let's see how close this map is too. But yet again, going for a familiar A-put, but Denia gets a Cruise in mid-side, so nice opening pick coming in for Take Flight.
Yeah, Karus is going to fall first, but there's still 2 ults on the side of Zero. They can definitely make them work for this final round. Thing is though, most of the ults that TF have are super aggressive. They could use the Hunter's Fury in the post plant, but we already see Denia bringing it out and taking down the other duelist. It's a much uncharacteristically slower round for both teams here, but you can see everyone on ZMM is stacked up on A, and rightly so.
Yeah, they actually got catch up Bossy as well. You know exactly where they are, that dart. Making sure they cannot enter in, but here's a tripwire too. They're gonna force themselves through all that. They have to know they're all the way. Bossy actually getting harmony is big, and with the op at the back putting so much pressure, but Dania out ops the other opper, remaining and maintaining her dominance while he's gonna try to delay the plan for a couple longer, but spike goes down, Max.
Yeah, we've seen these post plants happen time and time again. ZMM having a bit of a struggle with them usually, but they're able to frag out heavily on this positioning as well. I'm curious to see what Frost is going to do with this flash. It's going to go out and not connect to anybody. Bossy going to take down Frost. Hydra's able to find one, but Bude is right around the corner getting the headshot in the Hydra. Now, it's an 8-4 split, and this is pretty common for the attackers to have this kind of positive split going into the second half. I really do think ZMM have what it takes to even things out fairly quickly. It's just a matter of how this pistol round's going to go, and traditionally speaking, we haven't seen them win too many pistol rounds. So I want to see if they're able to adapt around it, especially with their aggressive composition.
Yeah, but we know them as well with ZMM, with how they play. Their attacking rounds have been very back and forth for us. Like, it's either they look absolutely clean or they're just far too split out to be able to accomplish much at all. So like you mentioned, it's pistol round. These first 2 should really set the pace overall as they're going. As they haven't committed to any site as of yet based upon how they're setting up. I imagine initially they're going to go for little peeks in and out and try to gather information as to go in onto Garage.
Oh yeah, totally. I think ZMM's attack is gonna be very similar to how Take Flight took theirs as well. Hydra already peeking around Garage, the Owl Drone gonna be going in, stalling things out, or at least looking for some intel, but not gonna find any to fruition. Lozzie's playing very aggressively, gonna be peeking near the very edge of A long, and unfortunately it's a trade they really want to work on, so they're gonna back off a little bit and get some more intel, but the Spike is taking a kind of a slower journey here on a pistol.
Yeah, Garage Control was actually given up by TF, but on the other hand, they decided not to go and opt in for it, considering the Soul was playing around short. Sorry, the spawn like near C as well. So they really go off of it, and now they're all moving out onto A. The Reina should see this, but no. Ooh, she actually moved it onto the side, so it looks like it's an A hit already, Max, as they all enter into 5.
Oh, I love this kind of attacking structure. Caruso is able to get a double from that on the Classic. I honestly thought Caruso was going to lose that second gunfight. Good for them. Okay. Suddenly now things are not looking good for Take Flight. They have a lot of things on their plate, and honestly, we've seen them in this position before. It's a rough position to try to go for a retake on A. You only have really 1 quarter to work on. Caruso with a triple could turn that into a 4K if they're able to peek out. 4K is at hand. Is that going to be an ace? And the answer is no. Lou gets the final kill against Simple, and that is going to be one more round to get closer and closer to the 8-8 scoreline that we're predicting to see.
And you know the big thing too as to why actually Caruso won a 2v1 as well was because of Lou's shock dart that came in right in through long, able to get enough damage for him to just right click his way in as well. So getting a little bit of the assist for the team, if I'm liking what I'm seeing already, and look at these kills as well, Max. Hydra, Caruso, Frost, all these guys so neck in terms, all double digits, 12, 12, 10. Really good stuff what I'm seeing so far for them. As yet again, we're looking at the side, as we're looking at the side of ZMM to set up as the center around mid, yet again, kind of peeking in through windows to get smoked out.
I really want to see what the Sova's going to do with the shorty on the defense here. He's hiding right out the outer banks of C site, waiting for that angle. I mean, this could be nasty. Simple holding it still. Going to be thrown out, I believe, by the Owl on the other side. They're going to be peeking on forwards. Anyways, it seems like they have no idea about the Sova. He goes in for the shot and misses. He connects them and it doesn't kill Caruso. Caruso is able to clap back too and find Simple. Flick to the head, but the damage has already been done.
That is absolutely tragic because you know you're holding that angle with that shorty to at least get one back. It's they're what I like to call suicide angles here, Max, because you're gonna get one, you're gonna do your job, and you're probably gonna die. If you're lucky, you get 2, but you know you're gonna die. And with that, though, as they really enter onto the C side, Rena comes in long, but she just can't change their fate. As already Take Flight doing it big.
I really like the way Zero is taking over these sites. Look how uniform they are in that replay, right? They're going in single file, and normally that is not really the best method to go for, but they must have scouted out with that Owl drone that there was no cipher cam, seemingly no people on the site, and definitely no marshals to combat them either. And it worked.
Yeah, and one huge thing we were talking about as well, Max, is that we wanted to see ZMM show up with the pistol rounds, and considering they've won both of them too, is really huge. Now Take Flight, they have to win this round to get a bit back in their favors. Go for a C push here, yet again, all down C long, no lurkers. The Phoenix to back, holding on to the spike, already able to get an opening pick. The side should be there, but Simple trying to make it a little bit even.
Oh, it's a back and forth right now on C-side once again. Lin has been able to really clutch things out on the attack, but on the defense, he's been a little bit more quiet. Denya gonna be playing near A short, gonna be blocked out completely by the Shrouds of the Omen. That Spike's gonna go down, and it's gonna be a difficult retake once again, but the odds, or at least the numbers, are at least completely even. Denya's gonna be pushing up now, looking around, not able to find any visual denial of Frost and Hydra. The duo team, it seems, able to clear the house once again as Hydra gets a triple kill on the site, bringing things closer to a 1-point differential between the two different teams.
And a huge thing there was too, what you saw was it all coming all through Garage. The Phoenix have flashed them all out as they pushed in. So the timing of that flash will work out so well. As soon as the smoke dissipates, they're all there, they're all blinded, and then they're all dead here. So beautiful teamwork coming out of Zero Marksman. I love what I'm seeing so far from here at Max. Like you said, they should be able to catch up and do exactly that. Set up right now to kind of focus around mid, trying to cast innovation right down the window. So it looks a drone out C.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind too that Take Flight's economy is going to be looking really bad right now. They have to go for the save here. Even the sheriffs might be a costly buy right now, considering they haven't won a single defense.
Yeah, consider they're also now forced onto the save as well, Max. They will get another shot, as Dor likes to say, next round. So it's just a back and forth between them, as they don't get much mid. They're just a shot straight back and forth, ammo being wasted. As they pushing on to C yet again. But look at this, still you get Omen hanging back, playing lurk along with the Cypher.
It was interesting what Daniel was doing with that pre-fire on the Frenzy. I'm not sure if that was trying to ward off or scare any kind of attackers away, or if that was maybe someone hiding in the corner. But Bossy now, look at him. He's trying to combat the entire team with just the Sheriff. They're all going to back out, though, and trying to go for A instead, but the run it back is going to at least stall out the rotating Reyna for a little bit longer.
This Paranoid comes into all on the A side. Danny's able to get one. That's huge, even though she couldn't see anything. But still, Karus takes out her counterpart. Spike goes down, and a 4v4 here. Max rotation comes through from ZMM.
Oh, Ravish. This is a scary proposition for both teams right now. ZMM is down one person, but Take Flight, both defensive teams have struggled so much to retake A once that spike goes into the ground. Feud is going in from the back, and Hydra wanted to go for a retake as well, but Simple's playing it different. He's going for an aggressive counterplay. And besides that, he's one of the last ones alive for his team. In fact, no, he was one of 3. Lynn's able to find Karus, and that is going to be the first defensive win we've seen for Take Flight so far. And maybe going for a less quiet retake has been more beneficial for the defense, rather than going for an aggressive one rather than a less quiet one.
This is, I think, the second or third time Take Flight have actually won a round on the save as well. That's big. That's so huge for them, that considering they're able to constantly do this to ZMM's economy and for their own, it's like, honestly, why give them guns? Just use pistols, because they're just doing so much better on it. It's still able to maintain the 2-round lead across the board right now. So we'll see yet again what ZMM is able to do. So they now both have guns, because now ZMM loses yet again here, Max, being forced onto the save, and so that might mean that TF we're looking to go possibly 10-11 up and closer to that first round win.
This would mean every time so far, oh, hello, we're back on cam. That would mean so far that if we do see overtime for Zero Marksman, every single competitive match they've played has gone to overtime. When we saw them play against Thrifty not too long ago, the ending score was it 18?
I believe it was 18-16. Yeah, that
18-16, not in their favor. They went 16. It was Thrifty that came out on the 18. They won the game. But even then, that is insane. And I think that really says a lot about their adaptability, but mostly their late game adaptability. They need time to warm up. And I think having a best of 3 now is a perfect opportunity for them to see what they can do on Bind.
Now with Bind right now too, is I would say it's such an interesting map within how we're talking about the rotations that are possible here on Haven. With Bind, those are only one would say like raised to a higher exponential due to the addition of those TPs, right? Which can be either make or break for so many of those teams, either denying access, playing around them, or using them for bait for their sounds too, which is one of the things which I love about how Valorant is evolving, is how people are able to abuse a kind of signal and fake as to what they aren't doing. I remember the first time I saw in solo queue that Omen won a TP and immediately teleported out, kind of faking things rotating. It blew my mind. Like, you can do this? What?
It's only the second day of the year too, so keep in mind, Ravish, what do you think we're going to possibly see by the end of this year? Insanity.
Mac bollocks. Just absolutely, positively madness. Madness. Exactly. Yeah. Because I want to go see. I wanted to try to say it in a British accent, but I thought, you know what, that would just lessen the effectiveness of what I'm trying to bring. It's like I could say it'd be madness, but it's too decent sounding.
I can't do a British accent. I'm sorry. I would if I could, right back at you, but there's no Kirby here.
That is,
You got that one right.
I did. I did go ahead and get that. Good for you, man. Good for you. We were able to go ahead and work that one.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, I was sweating for a second. You stopped talking, and I was like, oh no. But there are some other things we can talk about while we're getting stuff sorted out. I know there are some technical difficulties going on, but we talked about Team Serenity and how amazing it is for us to have this opportunity to go on stream and cast these tier 2 teams. But what about the actual producers of this stream, Ravish?
Well, you know what? Let me go ahead and tell you about these amazing people here, Max. They're known, as you can see on the channel, as GLG or Great Lakes Gaming. GLG is a student startup bringing quality tournaments and professional level production to esports. They bring the very best to every single event so you can achieve your little bit of glory. You can go ahead and check out everything on GLG with the exclamation star production. We know that chat may not be working as of right now, but when it comes back, make sure to press exclamation mark productions. But that's not the only commands we have here today, Max. Something else which might also interest them.
That's right. There is a command for this as well. We're going to have to wait a little bit for the chat to work once again, though. But when it does work, there is a chance for a lucky someone in the audience to win a Team Serenity 2021 jersey. So once the chat starts working again, you can type exclamation point giveaway in the chat to automatically be entered. And Serenity will be releasing a new jersey and apparel designs this year. So you can enter now and have a chance to win this amazing jersey. But until then, the chat's a little locked off for everybody. So if you're trying to refresh constantly, it's not just you, it's all of us.
Yeah, it is Twitch. Indeed, Twitch Senpai has decided that they don't want to work anymore, unfortunately. And they don't want you to put your Kappa Prides and memes in there, which is honestly just tragic too. Because that's when I realized, man, these guys sure are my little PogChamp.
I just want a cat jam.
Only cat jams as we go ahead and bring it out for themselves, as we are getting word that we will be on pause very, very soon and getting back into the game. Absolutely love to see that. The setup right yet again here, Max, is looking focused around the A side, probably splitting between the A long and short, with Sova playing at the back near Lurk, catching information down mid.
Oh, beautiful work right now. It's going to be still... Oh, Lynn! Crazy matchups right now happening inside A long, and actually it's the... Excuse me, I'm having the hiccups. Having the connector area on A short and A long right now. Frost going to be kind of skedaddling out of there with the teleport, making sure that they can survive with what little they have left now. Zero marksman, they've only lost a few rounds on the attack. This has been disproportionately in their favor so far. But as it stands now, look at the map, Ravish. They're surrounded.
It is such a tough spot to be for them to be in right now, because it's a 4v2 situation. They're just centering around that A site too. Now, if they try to go for the save here, it's like it could be potentially possible, but we know that right now with the way the economy is based, like more than likely it would be full buys across the board for the entire team. Look at this too. A side is completely covered. B side in the garage is being checked on too. As they move it on to A, gets spotted out, Max.
That's right. Right now, ZMM are down 2 different members. It's a 2-to-1 ratio. Lynn's able to find Lou, but Frost is still alive. He's hiding in the corner right now. He has a chance to maybe take down 1 or 2, especially that Cypher coming on by. But it's going to be the quick peek coming out. Bude's able to get the headshot. Frost takes him down. Beautiful work overall for TF. That's going to put them in the double digits now.
Already able to go ahead and bring this subs on up, and yeah, like I thought here as well, ZMM now all across the board, forced onto the save. Like I was saying before, it's a tough spot to be. If they aren't able to bring this back here, they will be able to go ahead and get their shot. But then at that point, like it's just such a snowball effect. So I think at this point with this round is a complete breaking point for them, Max. They need to be able to try to get something back, or at least make it expensive for Take Flight, as they position around the mid side. So we're drone traded back and forth, but not much information gained.
Look at where the spike is, though. It's going to be down way below the site. They're trying to make their way through multiple different avenues at once, it seems, and maybe, just maybe, they'll be going through garage. That's actually a point we haven't seen ZMM go for just yet. They have gone for some C takes before, but a lot of it has mostly just been through long.
Yeah, because even though half the time they got garage control, they decided to go ahead and force them off, bait a little bit of utility here and there, move on to A half the time as Daniel takes the shot, so they know C-side's covered, they cannot be entering there. It's gonna be recklessly without any smokes either. And for those asking too, there's a 90-second delay where we are playing, so it's like you don't get complete live coverage, but as long as you can hear our beautiful sultry voices, Max, you should be fine.
Speaking of sultry, we see a lot of ults on Take Flyte's side, and it's going to be this could be a really possessive round for them if they're able to play it correctly. Bossy's able to find Frost right off the rip. That's going to be the smokes almost completely gone, except for Caruso. It's a slower round again, but we see a full gigantic garage take happening, and there's little to no utility being brought out from either side. We do see some flashes, we do see some darts, but it's going to be Danya getting a kill with the off through the cyber cage, and a complete takeover from Take Flyte.
That was big here right now, but look at this Harbinger, like I said, making it expensive in a 2v1, but can't do it, get shot in the back by Bossy TV and a Take Flyte. So they were able to accomplish one of those things that at least gets a couple of guns out of the other people's hands, but the op still remains here, Max, and now Zero Marksmen have their gun. They need to be able to get this, or else going into round 12, they'll be on the safe be forced to force by. And at that point, I'm not too sure what'll happen.
We mentioned this before, especially when the second half started, is that Zero Marksmen really do super well on the attack when they just gun it for the site, when they just move on in. And now that they're taking their time a little bit more, it allows more time for Take Flyte to rotate around, and that's where they're starting to fall. Look at this, it's an aggressive push. Hey, long Danny is able to find Harmony, sure, but now all the defenders are being pushed back and relegated to the site.
Yet again, they all pushing onto long. You really get smoked out to the op was completely there, finds a perfect set line, and then just holding back to the smoke, puts the knives out. Side's completely covered too, because look at also where all Take Flyte are holding, right? Two are completely on site, although having not necessarily in their favor. They're coming around the back, trying to flank them. Sova trying to move to the Weezer to potentially take out one.
Oh, it's a tough position to be in right now. If you're ZMM, are you going to keep on pushing or are you going to double back? The issue with doubling back, though, is that there's a Cypher waiting on the flank, and that is a scary proposition. They're trapped yet again, but they're going to opt to go on forward, and that's probably the best option to have. But Denya, with a 4K, almost getting the ace. Lou takes down Denya, but with the knives, a 3K at the bat. That is Bew taking down Lou once again. That is match point for map number 1. Take Flyte, able to stall out an attack yet again.
And yet again, big shout out to Dania for that amazingly beautiful op play here, Max. Opening up the round, putting on so much pressure considering and finding them all down long. ZMM were the top spot. So if they wanted to commit or not to was definitely a bit of a question for them. But look at this yet again. Dania, 1, 2, 3. Nice, 2 nice.
That was so close.
One more knife would have done it to make it into a spaghetti pasta, Max.
Keep in mind, again, we've mentioned this a few times, this is the first time, competitively speaking, Zero Marksmen have played on this map. 7-12 is pretty good, and there's been a lot of trades happening, just like the one on screen. Lindo's able to find Harmony. That's gonna be your complete intel gone, except for the Sova, and Caruso has also met his end. I really want to see these ults come out from Zero's side. We haven't really seen too many Hunter's Furies from either team so far this matchup, and this could be the opportunity.
Yeah, for that to be at least just clear out the site as of now as we push in. As 3 already, Butte playing that anchor forced off site. He's able to at least spot out one as he said is giving up right now. So at least TF can push in as 4 and get the main advantage despite the down max.
That's right, the Hunter's Fury coming out, trying to deny the plant. Able to find some action onto a Lin, I believe. It's gonna be a back and forth now. The shock dart's going down. Frost is able to find Denya. That's going to be another jet gone. 3v3 now. The only difference being the health of that Omen. Lin's able to find Lou. Can they bring it back? Or is it going to be the same story yet again? Lin's able to find Hydra. Simple comes down as well. A 3K from Lin is able to secure the match. That's going to be map number 1. Going to the favor of Take Flyte. A 45% win rate. Now going up a little bit more. And Zero Marksmen showing off what they can do in their first competitive outing of the map.
And that was a complete back and forth. You would not have guessed that this was the first time as Zero Marksman played this on Haven, because like you were saying, considering how close this was for so long, and the attacks have already seen from the short time we've seen, ZMM have only gotten better with those
They
beautiful
have.
pistol executes. Right at the beginning, we were looking, okay, it's all them. They're bringing it back, but take Flyte. As soon as they get the guns in their hands, they immediately wake up, and winning crucial rounds even when they're on a save is really what is setting Take Flyte apart. Really good job.
I really liked how ZMM have worked so hard on their defensive rounds, and that was the huge crux I was worried about going into this matchup, and they blossomed on it so well. They just fell into the same common things that a lot of teams go for, is that the retakes have been a little odd at times, but both teams suffered from that. And I think Zero Marksman did a fantastic job at the map.
I agree, and one huge thing too, we're going to point out is the Omen and Jet smokes too, were used in really solid ways to not only clear off, like you mentioned, the key sight lines or slow down pushes as well. But I saw more on more than one occasion, is using the Jet smoke to go ahead and actually deny the Silver Dart. He's able to go ahead and find that out very quickly. So another fantastic uses, and that just shows the situational awareness that these teams have is immaculate. And honestly, I'm having a great time seeing how well they're playing. And this is only the first round of the day, Max.
That's right. We have a whole bunch of other matches coming up after this, and we are going to see Bind once again. We haven't seen Take Flyte play Bind too many times. It is their second most played map, but their win percentage on it is a little bit lower than on Haven. I think this is going to be a much closer matchup. When we saw Thrifty versus Zero Marksman play, Zero Marksman, I was wrong earlier, did win 18-16 before, but it was a very close double overtime matchup. I'm predicting, Ravish, that we're going to see that again.
Now, with that all being said here, I cannot wait to see what more happens. Can we see the run back? Will we see a third map, my favorite map, split? We'll find out when we come back right here on GMG. Stay tuned. And welcome back, everybody, to the GLG X Serenity Serenity Invitational. I'm Rabbit, joined here yet again by Max Kaglanek, and we're about ready to go into map number 2 for Take Flight versus Zero Marksman. Now, in the first map, there was such a back and forth between these two teams here, Max, but everyone was taken by Team Flight by the end.
That's right. Take Flight really put in a good effort. They came out 13-7 against Zero Marksman, and for a while we thought it was going to be an even matchup because overall the attacks from Take Flight were good, but it turns out it was a very defensive-sided game at times. Some of the retakes were good, some of them were bad, but overall I love the effort that both teams brought out and the unique strategies we saw as well.
And one of the biggest things too was how Take Flight was able to actually win and clutch a couple of those rounds on their save rounds too, which is definitely the biggest things to go ahead, get the rounds back into their favor, the economy back in their favor, and consistently maintaining that 2 to 3 round lead, which they had almost throughout the entire game. Like from the beginning, it was a bit back and forth, but as that dog that you can hear barking outside here, Max, even says, man, it was cool, but I want to watch Bind here, Max. What do you expect we can see on Bind?
That's the $1 million question, Ravish, because we've seen Zero Marksman play on Bind before. We've only seen them ever play 2 maps, and that's because they're a very new team. When they played on Bind a few days ago against Thrifty, they won 18-16 against Thrifty, and it became a battle of the defensive wins. We saw them go for the attacking wins really early on, but towards the end, it kind of transformed a little bit into more defensive wins. What I'm most curious about going into this is how Take Flight will play these attacking rounds.
That yet again is always $1 million question, right? Because you've seen on the attack, like you mentioned. You know what? That's the $1 billion question. Let me just one up you for absolutely no reason.
Oh man.
But yeah, that's one of the main things here, right? Because we've seen that across the board, the attacks for both these teams are kind of back and forth, right? Which is the most interesting part as you go in, head into map here, as you go into Agent Select, right? What I was talking about before is that we might see the Killjoy or the Cypher depending on the map, but
I don't think we're gonna see Killjoy. Bude kind of goes back and forth on Haven, whether or not it's a Cypher or a Killjoy, but for the most part, on every other map, he's pretty much locked in as a Cypher pick.
Which, honestly, I'm going to go ahead and pay attention to a lot more. Because, look, Cypher on this map, I think is so key and crucial, considering how you can go ahead and manipulate the team, like, based upon how you're able to watch the sites so consistently and be able to cover the positions. Because, like we're talking about this before as well, how a team is able to use or abuse teleporters, get it from one site to another, and based upon how they hold is huge, because those post plants positionings kind of make or break the spike.
They really do. What I'm looking forward to seeing, especially in those post plants, is how Denya and Karus both perform against each other. They have been rivaling back and forth all of last game. Usually the entry picks, one way or another, was always a Jet player. And I want to see one of them really come out on top here. Both of them fragged out completely with their knives. But who is going to be the better Jet coming into this?
I mean, you know what here, man? I might even think it might boil down to the Jet here too, because one key change we're seeing as well, yet again, is on the side of ZMM. They go ahead and stick with the Phoenix and pretty much the same combination that we saw last time. But the Raze for Boss instead of the Reyna, which I'd like to change up a lot, man. Raze and Bind go together like chocolate and peanut butter on a sandwich, Max.
I am starving now. Oh man.
Okay, all right. Question is: are you a PB and J, or are you PB and Nutella kind of guy?
I'm not a PB and J guy at all. I don't like jelly too much. I'm 2021. My goal is to be more of a jelly guy. I bought some cans of jelly.
Okay.
Jars of jelly, I guess.
Jars.
So I'm trying.
It's, you know what, I do like that we're setting realistic goals for ourselves here right now, man. Because look at this as well. I remember 2019, I tweeted that, man, you know what, I want to set realistic goals for myself, that and nothing like too off kilter. So I'm gonna breathe more air in 2020. Not gonna even do that. because I'm stuck at home almost the entire time. So, you know, it seems as though a lot of people's plans were unfortunately a little bit split up, as you can say. And you can see that people were caught in a bind, Max. As the positioning seems to be centered around the A side, Drone comes in and the Jet as well looking to join them with Omen playing around backside near B.
Now remember what I said, Ravish. I want to see how these attacks go for Take Flight. We've seen ZMM play both before, but this is going to be a little bit of a different rodeo this time around. Zero Marksmen have improved so much in only a few days, and we saw that on Haven. It's a matter now of what Take Flight can do to adapt around, especially the overpowering defense that we saw ZMM bring so much longer before. ZMM, though, going to be on the attack this time around. They struggled a little bit last time we saw them unbind, but right now going for a much slower take could be a start of something great here. And Karus blinding himself completely, making sure they have control of the site. The plant going down already. Everyone on TF seems to be
30
lost.
seconds left.
Yeah, merely as they go ahead, take you all control, take 2 down, 2 with the Havens there, it's simple. Comes in at the back, gets flashed out, shots back and forth. Here's that side 22 health, but none of them die, Max.
Oh my god.
Blue changes that though as he comes in at the back in a forward situation, but U-Haul control is theirs. Cruz gets to the flick, give him the 4K, man. Give him the...
Oh, Daniel, last one alive now, getting pushed through the smoke. Only 19 health, gonna get a running headshot off 4K to start things off with Karus taking down Denya. That was all Karus right there, Ravish. The slow push going through bathrooms, smoking out everything, and then pushing in. They must have scouted out that there was no traps or any intel denial on A site at all. And that was pretty awesomely brilliant to see.
Yo, one thing real quick, I just want to go ahead and point something out. Like, that was such a sick and clean free cam shot done by observers real quick, man. Can we go ahead and give a little shout out over the Yeti inside? That was clean. Look at that, through the skylight, through the door here, man. I felt like I was in Lawrence, Arabia.
Definitely the best 2 observers in all of esports now. But speaking of all the best, Blue's going to take down Simple, and things are getting much more aggressive on the side of ZMM. They're able to take down one. Harmony's able to find yet another, and Take Flight, they're kind of struggling a little bit right now. Their economy's not in the same position as Karus has a Phantom to take down members of TF's side, but the rest of them, they're kind of struggling a little bit to find their footing here. It's going to be Bossy rotating around right now, trying to find a spike or even someone in Marketplace. And the rotation game, this is pretty good.
Yeah. Now the pistol we know to be really solid coming off the side of ZM as he get a flawless and the spike down too, because you saw as well in the previous round out on Haven on the attack too, they did not lose any of these pistols, but when it came down to the guns here, Max, this is where things change. You can say that this is where the Fire Nation attacked, but you don't get that because you haven't watched Avatar for some reason.
Once I finish The Crown, I'll watch Avatar. I'm 3 episodes out from finishing The Crown. I don't know what happens to Princess Diana, but I hope she lives a nice, beautiful life.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens to her, because that's not history, right?
That is what happens. Exactly. I haven't finished it yet.
But set up right now to look at yet again around the A side with 1 through bathrooms, but he puts in a couple extra shots, gets spotted at but they're all just kind of waiting around long. Waiting around short near that mid-side. Smokes are being traded, but no pushes as of yet with the Jet playing lurk.
Yeah, interesting lurk coming out from B long right now. Look at Karus by himself, not able to land the shots. Denny's going to take down Karus in the beginning here. That's going to be a strong opening pick because Karus has been such a paramount figure for ZMM this matchup so far, and usually the lead staple for charging onto a site.
But as of right now, with him right up playing at the back near the lurk, as well as it's a little bit of a tough position because already now ZMM are caught in a bad situation with Daniel somehow making it back inside, not trading any shots. That was Jiggle peak, and not also because he was like, I'm gonna look and maybe get the altar, but he was like, and it's like he saw Owen, he's like, nope.
I'm good, man. I'm good.
30 seconds.
But an octagon take right now coming under fruition. It seems only 2 still onto the side. They can be blinded out completely from the Omen paranoia, but that's not going to stop them from moving their positions. Hydra's going in very aggressively with the run it back, not able to really find too much, but he finds 2 bodies, the most important intel at the very last second. Gonna be a huge plant right now. It's gonna be the spike going down and so many bullets happening everywhere. It is complete pandemonium as a tomb is being sealed for the majority of ZMM, it seems, as Hydra's the last one alive. Not able to only find one kill. He's gonna be rotating around from the front side, or I guess the back side if you're an attacker of the site. And with that being said, he's gonna heal himself and just save the Phantom, I suppose, as there's not much he can do in a 1v3 post plant with that diffuser already locking up.
A better call to go and actually save the Phantom, because you see right now as well is that, because at least now team can go ahead, try to go for this full buy two for all of them, because they want both these pistols here. But right now, ZMM though, you know, going giving up around, because that's the thing about the pistols, they do great, and then when it comes to guns, it's very, very back and forth for them.
No, you're completely right here. Once we see the more eco rounds happening, and we saw this in the last time with Bind, is that it was huge back and forth because no one had the economy to get a Phantom or even a Vandal. But this is a much more aggressive take than we've seen before. The smoke goes down, pre-fire shots happening as well, but nobody gets hit at all. That spike is completely abandoned.
Is just go ahead and left at the back here as they decide not to push in as of yet, trying to cross, wait for a pick. Sight goes down 3 into hook at a 1 and through 2 and through long as well. But they get pushed off. Look at that. It was a beautiful raised grenade to just stop the push for a little bit longer. So we get spotted out down by long, but they're just trying to they're just waiting out this push for as long as possible here at Max. ZMM are a man down, trying to work their way into the points as however they can, but them getting down Denya could be triggered.
Oh, that was such a huge kill from Simple. He was able to take down Lou, who was trying to get the spike that is so far away and just abandoned. It's gonna be up to Caruso now to abandon their post as the main entry to try and get the spike, and having almost no intel to see if it's guarded or not. That's such a huge slowdown for ZMN right now, and while the rest of the team is trying to make their way out of hookah and onto the site, they're only stalling right now. 30 seconds left for Beach. They could go for an A side take, but there's still bodies waiting around there as well. Only 2 really going for the aggressive entry right now onto A, and things are kind of falling apart a little bit, but Caruso is making his way back.
They've just been smoked down, stalled out, and pushed in over and over again
left.
here, Max. And considering they're in a pretty even position, considering as they are, there's 4 seconds left to go. Boss just takes on Hydra. They know they can't push it, so they'll just let the round go. And honestly, that right there, a lot of that was just textbook Valorant. What you saw like a take Flyte do, because time in and time out, the way they're able to stall out one the spike consistently, because how it's up the back. Thing number 2, the smokes being used to go and push out hookah yet again, and use the drones to make sure they couldn't come down C long. All that was covered, and the raised grenades to push them back further and further until it was just far too late.
I gotta say, though, too, that the MVP of that round has to be Simple. He took down Lou, denied that spike, and it took Caruso so long to get that spike back that they had to relinquish the round. They realized it was way too late to push back onto the site with little to no info, and having no manpower, they had to give it up, and that's why it's an even 2v2. But they're gonna go for the same aggressive maneuver again, and you can see that spike in their possession as Denya takes down Hydra. Denya! Oh my lord!
Yo, Denny's gonna dent you with that gun here to Max. It already gets down 2. The entire push through long is completely thwarted, but the spike is making way over to A. He gets spotted out by the Cypher captain. They know exactly where he is. The low man left to lie, just stuck in bathroom. But this is the shower of unfortunately a marathon, because he's just pincered in and he's dead. That's a flawless. Let's say Flyte.
Wow, that was impressive. I really like the ending to that round there. There we go, though. But before we talk about that, let's look at Daddy Denya again, getting one and then another through the smoke. Well, almost through the smoke. Able to knock down 2 of them and baiting out the rotate as well to catch out the spike just right outside of showers. The TF, they're getting really good about adapting around not the players they're fighting against, but keeping their eye on the prize, and that's the spike.
As of right now, to also look at this now, Joe Marksman left onto the save as they position around the A side. One coming through bathroom. They have the camera there positioned to be able to. Oh, actually takes it out. Nice down. Actually jump with the Cypher, but they all pushing through A, but they get down Caruso. That's good.
Oh lord. Karus is going to go down again, and we've seen these rounds where Karus falls first. It hasn't been pretty for ZMM. Denia is able to find Harmony once again, too, and someone on the attack needs to remove that up from the Jet. Bossy, too, is going to be a problem from behind, it seems. Able to go for the flank, but Lou gets a headshot with the Sheriff indeed. Remember before on Bind, ZMM are crazy with pistols, especially the Sheriffs, and they've been able to make crazy thrifty rounds work. Right now, this is a different story, though. Simple's able to tank down Hydra, and Lou, being the last one alive, usually the spike carrier, is again essentially trapped in a three-way pinch.
Yeah, again, like if you're Lou, you got to be thinking because you're the last one left alive twice now too. Considering you're probably playing the spikes as well. But then, like, I understand what you got the spike. You're just thinking like, okay, I got to go ahead and stay alive. That's such a tough spot to be in, Max, because you're like, okay, all my teammates are dead. What do I do?
Slow.
I mean, I guess like you literally pretty much all have to take it slow.
I just heard that song come on the radio yesterday, and I was like, oh yeah, this song exists.
I mean, I imagine you're singing Ordinary People by John Legend.
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
My favorite, I've never heard a song of his. But speaking of a showstopper, though, that's going to be Bossy taking down Frost. The smokes are going to be completely gone, and no TP available either for a plant. Karus gonna be hiding in the marketplace corner. Generally, this is a really safe area for a lot of the attackers to rotate, but no, they're making this an uncomfortable zone for the attackers indeed. TF, they're able to make this, I'm trying to think of a pun, they're able to make this a tight fit for marketplace for anyone to rotate around. Harmony and Hydra are able to bring back A-Site though, and suddenly the tides have turned. All ults on ZMM, the plant's gonna go down. This is looking like a good attack around, and they need it in order to save their economy.
And you can say it here, Max, every single time TF goes down around, they give it back tenfold.
Oh, nice one.
Hey, thank you. I was sitting on that one for a bit, I gotta say, but then he goes opens the round, Luigi to get taken out, and it's just Hydra left yet again in U-Haul, but he can't be moving anything right now because he is dead. Now ZMM fall now 5-2 with the point being given over down to the open. Now TF, they've been on a complete roll here in Max's, and half the time it's coming down to how they're opening up these rounds.
Ravish, you're gonna have to explain how that round ended, because it seemed like after the plant went down, that was completely in Zero Marksman's favor. How did they lose a 3v3 when they had full control of A?
So what you see right there too is what I believe right at the end, because U-Haul control was, although given over to the side to take Flyte, they still able to coming through short at the side, and with the op down in heaven exerting so much pressure yet again. We always say it, having the op isn't enough. You have to be able to get pictures. That's exactly what they were able to do. This Jet is doing so much work, forcing them a bit farther to back, allowing Z-Member to come in out the site and just completely take over yet again. It looks to be a bit of a similar situation right now as they're pushing it onto A, but this time not full committing it. 2 down in bathrooms, but Dania opening it up. Oh my, stop this man, bro.
Oh, taking down the Cypher 2 can be just as dangerous as removing Karus. You're losing down on a huge crux of intel, and Harmony also usually one of the last ones alive each round to help clutch things up. We've seen Harmony on Cypher really clutch out before on Bind, but this round he's been playing a little bit more quiet. Speaking of quiet though, Ravish, a lot of this game is mostly just about positioning right now. No one's able to find any angles on one person or another, except for maybe in Hookah.
Because they're all, cause look at this, like you mentioned, Master Boy just sitting outside the box, he's watching that angle completely. But all right, nice TP. Lin does get spotted though, so at least you get a bit of information as to where at Phoenix is, where ZMM is kind of setting up around. Solid use of that here. B second blue rotated off of as look to push it yet again onto A here. Hydra option running back, gets paranoid out, forced back into shower. Able to get one with the ultimate 2. Now Luke goes on a site, gets another round. Frost is dead in 3v3 match.
We've seen a 3v3 on A before, and it didn't go well for ZMM, but now this 3v3 has melted down to a 3v2. Only 2 left alive now, the 2 duelists. Forte Flyte now. Bossy has no intel of where anybody is except for some audio inside of lamps. Able to find one though, completely hidden away from the upper part of the site. It's gonna be Hydra that falls. Daniel's gonna go straight for a ninja defuse, possibly in the works. It's gonna be the backup for Bossy. Is gonna fall. Lou now able to find one. It's gonna be Karus to find the second. Another round in the favor of the Zero Marksman. keep in mind too, Ravish, this is Zero Marksman's map pick.
And we've seen it on the before. It has been quite back and forth as previously, but them able to take this round back, especially almost a little bit before the half, is really solid. Get a bit of quality back in their favor as well. And they're only 2 rounds down yet again. But if I remember before on Haven as well, Max, take Flyte, they consistently maintain at least a 2-round lead the entire time. So we'll see you to go ahead and bring it back, because what you saw there too as well is they're double opping right now. I'll take Flyte. This is wild as they look to find a yet again. Bathrooms. That's 2 going out to B.
A beautiful jump coming out from the Sova too is going to be dodging the op shot. I think doesn't even hit his leg. That's going to be good. He's going to be able to walk home tonight. But Karus is playing a dangerous game outside of Hookah right now. The paint grenade is going to be missing her, but the up close shot from Bossy is going to push up and take down Karus. You know, we were hyping up Karus and Denya before this game started. And Denya's been doing a great job, and Karus did as well in the beginning, but now, as it seems like the defense is able to maintain a little bit more of adaptability, Karus has been finding a lot of entry deaths.
Yeah, that's been really unfortunate too, because we've seen as well, because consistently every single time Bossy has been there anchoring up, playing a lot more forward, trying to stop the push initially, and winning out all these trades is absolutely the biggest thing. So Bossy right now exerting just what can only be described as in your nightmares when you know you see the eyes behind you and you're like, I'm being watched, I'm being lurked upon, I'm in danger. Well, yes, you are.
Oh, Karus was killed by the government. With that being said, though, Danya's completely blinded out. There's fire, there's cyber cages, I don't even know what that is, and Lou is gonna take down Bude. And the second one at that, the main intel, the Sentinels, the entry, all falling, and Lin with her options themselves, able to find yet another. Frost is suddenly just with that entire team. They all fell right in a short. He's able to find one, though. Gonna be taking down Lin, but 2 seconds left, no time to plan. You gotta relinquish the round, and that's another one in the favor of Take Flight. Oh, and he still gets killed.
Oh no, poor Frost. Look at spotted out, still dies right now too. And now ZMM yet again going back and forth within this unfortunate ping pong that they're left upon. So they will go ahead and get the shot next round to try to bring it back. But Hydra opts for an interesting option, at least chooses to, get the fancy ability so at least they have one gun on their side. So we're really watching him as actually now I could be get baited. He says, you know what, let's go with the team. We're not gonna force buy here. As yet again, it is the same style of split up-ish push that they have, 2 down long, 1 down mid, and with Hydra actually not playing the look down A.
We've seen this happen a few times with Zero Marksman, where they go for this kind of 3-2 split. But thankfully this time, I was going to mention, they forgot the spike at one point, but this time they grab it and drop it again. Karus drops too, but that's going to be the spike completely gone. They're not able to find the entry pick either, so maybe they're trying to look for A to see if there's more bodies on B rather than A. And they'd be right, but they don't have a spike to plant on. Unless Omen goes over and grabs it and maybe goes for a TP ult, that's viable. But Denya's holding showers with an iron fist.
Gets spotted out. Is it a 2v2 situation as they push in? Nice Molly and Shock Dart to force them out of the shower, and he's now into the favorite. But now this Harvey also trying to look and pushing through A short to see if he can possibly get it onto U-Haul and onto the site. Completely drawn down, flash in, shots out. Yeah, just dies. Could have cleared on heaven.
Oh, Bude's able to get the hat down. That's going to be a great ult coming out from Bude's side. Lin able to almost find another one. It's going to be Frost though if falls. My mistake. Lin with a classic taking them down. Another round in the favor of Take Flight. And this is a really dominant lead coming out from them. We have seen ZMM win the first 2 attacking rounds, but from there, the adaptability really set in. Ravish, you are completely right. Those pistol rounds in the rounds where either the artillery brought out from both teams is not, Phantom, not a Vandal, not an Operator, usually in the favor of Zero. But once the, that higher utility comes out, it's all in the comfortability of Take Flight.
And they're proving it again and again here, Max. So right now, we'll see if they can try to change it up on the defense. So there's only 2 more rounds left onto the swap. This is ZMM's time to possibly shine, to see if they actually take one more round back, or else yet again, they will let have the force by coming forward to the next round too. with the way everything is shaped. But Bossy holding down this longer angle, waiting on to hookah. The smoke dissipates too. Looking to set up as well here, Max.
Something of note. What's up?
Ooh, I just want to say real quick because like looking at it right now too, yet again 2 down on A with a spike with a spike dropped outside. Because I see this a lot from ZMM is that they leave the spike outside with whichever site they possibly want to go in on, but they wait for people to get some sort of control, which they haven't been able to compensate. But Showers right now is willing to push in.
See, I'm glad you brought that up because I want to mention too is that Take Flight, they have barely gone for any defensive rotates, like at all. They only do it in maybe the post plant or once they know it's a full attack onto the site, but honestly at times they don't really need to. Butte and Lin can just hold down the site almost by themselves at times, and Bossy's able to find one inside hookah as well, so the split push fails. And wow, Booed through lamps, able to pull out, able to find a triple kill. And that's gonna be the spike gone, and yet another round in the favor of Take Flight.
Take Flight yet again. Now just clutching it out back and forth within these super intense situations. Even though ZMM are able to at least get a couple things back here, but man, holding down the very aggressive angles and winning these trades is so big for them too, because they hold completely tight and they hit nothing but head here. Max is right now too. ZMM, I'd love to go for pretty much just broken by going into the last round before the swap. We'll see what they're able to do as they all center around B.
Oh, the showstopper! How did that not kill?
Yeah.
What? Okay. Well, we saw Bossy go for an amazing showstopper before. Unfortunately, that second time, luck was not on their side. Denya, with an up-close and personal barrel stuff against Carouse. The rivalry that we mentioned before has just kept on going, and usually in this map, it's been Denya that's on top.
No, because he does a good way of spider out with the Cypher ultimates. They know where they all are. Position onto the site. Simple position to the back, but the Omen comes in for the flank. Here, look at this with the TP. This could be big here, Max.
It could be big. Only 2 left alive now on the defense. The plant goes down on the B side. This is the first time in a while we've seen a B plant go down. Lin, the clutch master himself, able to find Hydra, but Frost is there. The other shadow to take back what was normally his life, I guess. Lou, though, able to find Boot as well. That's going to be another round. The first in a little bit for ZMM. And that could be the beginning of a good streak going on for the attack. But we are swapping sides now, and ZMM, they played very well on the defense last time we saw them. It was the attack that they struggled on. We mentioned this before on Haven. It was an 8-4 split there too. This could be an opportunity for ZMM to bring this back if they're able to keep up with the rotation and adaptability that Take Flight likes to bring out.
Yeah, like you mentioned there, Max, it was the exact same scoreline in the previous round as well, which is the craziest part. But yeah, their defense for ZMM is a lot better though, so looking to see what they can do. I imagine the pistols likely will go their way, but being able to make up the 2-round differential is really where that lasts, because like I said before, Take Flight consistently maintains that 2-round over ZM every single one of these times. As a position now, they're all kind of centered around A, around who could be looking at all that information being traded here, Max.
Traditionally speaking too, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ravish, ZMM usually always win the pistol rounds, no matter what team they're facing against.
Yeah, more often than not, the pistols do generally go their way, although 1-1, but we've seen before, especially on the attack, both pistol rounds are always there. It's what comes after. Is just the problem. But Bossy goes ahead, uses the C4 onto the site, wins the trading up against Frost, and now look at ZMM.
Yeah, this is a much more aggressive attack than we're used to from Take Flight. Denya with a double kill. I actually saw this before on the last map as well, and Carouse doesn't know what to fire at. There's so much, and a double kill comes out of that as well. A double kill from Carouse is simply not enough. 3 were still left alive in the post play. Another round, the first pistol round in a while, maybe even probably almost ever, that we've seen Zero Marksman lose.
Actually, I believe this was, so Zero Marksman.
The second.
Yeah, so this is the second pistol round they've lost, actually, because usually they've got 1-for-1 on Haven. They were 1-for-1 as well within the first half. So it is very back and forth. But if they don't win this one, though, Max, this is the first time they actually haven't won a single pistol at all. So they decided to go ahead and change the sights and push it onto A, with Cypher playing around in bathroom and most coming through short.
Oh, but look at the aggressive attack coming out just because they don't have Phantoms. And ops and everything, they don't care. They want to rush in because they know ZMN usually take the advantage here. Frost is able to find the entry on Denia, but the other duelist comes in clutch. Lin, the clutch master again, is able to get a double kill here. But you gotta give it to Lou too. He's been able to clutch out just as well, normally. But Lim with the triple kill. Now, keep in mind though, one more clutch masters on the side of ZMM. Harmony's been able to make this work before, but it's also a 1v4. It's not worth damaging their economy to push this necessarily, but they're able to find Bossy. Both the duelists died. Bood's able to take down the other Cypher. It's Spy versus Spy, but now there's a 6-round lead in the favor of Take Flight.
And what I thought wouldn't happen actually did happen here, Max. The first time yet again ever. Take Flight have won both pistols. ZMN don't get a single one out of that. This is wow. So this is a tough spot to be in. You do have to remember that this is ZMM's map pick as well. And usually, although it's been quite back and forth between them, they do look quite good. So we'll see if they can go ahead and pick themselves back up. They will be able to go ahead and get the 4 buys across the board. I talk about Bulldog, which I like, which honestly I gotta say, Bulldog's personally one of my favorite guns in the game.
I like it too. I have the glitch pop on it, and it's my favorite gun probably. But here's the thing: looking at that economy that we saw, is that Take Flight went for a huge buy round. So if that's the case, and looking like it's a pretty good choice so far, taking down Lou, if they lose this round, their economy is damaged heavily.
As I'll try to go ahead and push it onto the beast, and then get his spice going down. Shots being traded. Lin finds Harmony 2v1. Nice little double peek by them to clear that out. The site here, Max. And as Zia and Merriam in such a tough position, they are coming to spawn. As we're trying to come onto the site. But Cruz is there, puts initial shots in through elbow, but Frost gets it. Frost gets it double. Makes it 3v3, Max.
Yeah, they get the double kill, but the cyber cage is pushing them away. The audio coming out from pushing it could be devastating, and everyone has angles on TF's side. But they're still gonna push the cyber cage. Of all things, Simple's gonna get the double kill, of course. But with that being said, though, Hydra, the last one alive, isn't able to find a single kill onto the site. That's gonna be Denia finding them in 11-4. Adaptability has been strong on Take Flight's side now, and they're playing so aggressive, and this is pretty uncharacteristic for them too that we've seen on Haven.
Yeah, this is such a tough spot for them being in right now here, Max, because you're seeing they do go ahead and give it a little bit of space, but with those post plants, they're just not able to win all the trades as they enter onto the site. Because, like, you see, Take Flight is so good at stalling. So many other pushes and how they just save that util to make sure that, you know, ZMM are not able to push at one. They're not able to execute together as a whole because we're getting only one slice of the pie, unfortunately. Bossy taking a Harmony right at the beginning is going to send some troubles as ZMM are on a save and pushing through B.
Yeah, saving when it's 11-4 can be a little scary at times too. Lin could be pushing up onto the side, not really finding any kind of the defenders just yet. It's a full retake for both sides. That spike is still only just going down now. The one way is going to be really in the favor of Caruso potentially, but the knives aren't able to connect. Frost is going to find one, but Caruso still pushing up 26 health in a dream. Might be able to find one if they're lucky before going down. But so far it's looking like it's in the favor of TF. Kill feed is full of red against green. But that's going to be the end of ZMM as they hit match point and needing 3 times as many rounds now to succeed, to even hit overtime.
You know what? I imagine this is the kind of adversity that ZMM want to be put in, right? They're like, you know what? This is easy. We guys go ahead and just win every single round. Now they are able to buy here as well, so this will be perfectly fine. But one thing too is that Cruz has opted. Sorry, actually, we have to go ahead back in. Cruz still has the off for himself, so we'll have to see if he'll exert any more pressure off of that too, because this is going to be crucial off of him. He goes full, of course, doesn't have any shields either on him, so the op has to be put to work.
I really want to see this op put in action. Do we get to see it though? It might be too little too late. No, Denia is jumping up into the air. Caruso relinquishes their spot and rotates over to heaven. This is just as strong of a power position though for Cruz, but it's blinded out. Not able to find it right away, having to rely on audio cues to potentially see where anyone is at. Caruso has a great chance to help stall out the post plan. Nobody on the right side can move. Not one. That's going to allow a lot of time for ZMM to push up as defenders to get around onto the site. But look, Ravish, double cyber cage, stalling out everything.
And especially Frost coming in the back, it's traded out by Simple, but him getting one could be actually saw ZMM. A second 2v3, Lou's gonna clutch, gets one. Yes, he got another 1v2 right now. Cruz 22 health and a 3 can catch it. No, he cannot. Unfortunately, right there at the end. Now take Flyte. Take it home 13-4, 2-0, and we'll move on to the quarterfinals.
What it came down to was a battle of aggression. I think Take Flight were really good about getting onto the site, and no other round shows that more perfectly than the very final round we saw on that map. Able to just go onto the site, stall out the post plant against ZMM's defense by using all the smokes, not even, but including the smokes, all the cyber cages too, to deny the entire line of sight, chopping that base in half, or the site in half. Now there was a flank that came in from Frosty, but that wasn't enough. They all stalled themselves up on Heaven.
And one of the biggest things too as well here, Max, is I gotta say, when you go ahead and give your teammate those really direct sight lines, you're hoping they're able to go ahead and clutch it out and win out on those trades too, right? Because if they die, that's all that space also given over to the defending team and allow them to enter onto the site more and more. So Take Flight being able to have trust their teammates, and the teammates being able to live up to their trust and consistently winning out and thwarting so many of these pushes, taking out the flankers. Really well done by them. I'm really excited to see how they move on.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. TF did a great job with their aggressive plays, and I really want to see more of that going forwards in the tournament. But as of now, I don't think we have a definitive answer of who we're going to be looking at next. It was a 2-0 win for Take Flight over ZMM. And of course, I can't wait to see more of Zero in the future because they are a really good team. They have a lot of chemistry. But we have to see what's going to happen next.
Exactly right now is we're gonna wait to go ahead and see what the bracket is looking right, because you see, because I gotta say, it's like this match was relatively fast, so although it was a bit back and forth, but considering it's the 2-0, like I know there are about 6 different matches going on right now at the exact same time, so we'll wait to see what the bracket looks like. You can go and see for yourself too. Go type of exclamation bracket, right? Let's run across the board. Of course, not updated, so you'll find as well on the Battlefly 2 what's popping for you. And also remember, there's of course the mainstream going on at Team Serenity, casted by Tata Metro, another couple more handsome white boys, which are just very pleasing to the eye, Max.
Absolutely. Oh man. But overall, we do have to thank Team Serenity as well for letting us cast this event. And so about Team Serenity as well, they're a multi-platform esports organization that was founded only, well, I guess 2 years now. Wow, it's 2021. Yeah. But with that being said, it's crazy. But Team Serenity is currently competing in Fortnite and in Valorant. And they've also had a great team of content creators and streamers to be on their side. The goal, though, for Team Serenity is to take a whole bunch of different communities, just like the ones being formed from this stream, and being able to work together to showcase the amazing content that can be made across the globe. And fun fact, and I know you love this one, Ravish, they're based in Canada.
Yes, sir. The Canada gang showing up strong. So make sure to go ahead and support them however you can, any which way you can. Because also one thing to remember here, man, with every 2021, they're also doing a giveaway for a brand new Team Serenity jersey. So make sure to go ahead and type in the exclamation mark giveaway in the chat right now to go ahead and be entered immediately. Do not want to miss out on this. Because look, guess what, man? It's FREE. That spells free.
But along with that too, we have to keep in mind this wouldn't have been possible with without the amazing production behind the scenes. Ty and Yeti, probably one of the two of the best observers in all of Valorant, and one of the best producers as well, being amazing, also known as Ben, part of GLG, the Great Lakes Gaming Lounge, being able to come together and help produce this stream. We wouldn't have been able to do it without them.
No, we could not have at all here. As you are going to go ahead and get a couple updates from the bracket, you see, because Monkey Mode Gaming, Roosters, Easy5, and you see Teal Seam has already made it. So I like what I'm seeing already. It's really strong to see coming across the board. The other couple of matches are still going on, so we will keep you updated as to who we have next here, Max. Now, with that all being said, we're going to cut it to a very, very short break as we get our next game prepared. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back right here on GLG.
Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep. I could always be the one you wanna call when it's cold outside. I will always be the one that's right here standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Clear
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back yet again. We had an amazing first best of 3 match in this tournament so far, but there's still a lot to come. We have a whole nother matchup coming up very, very soon. But you're probably wondering by now who we are. My name is Keg, and of course, joined up with us is the most ravishing man on the internet, Mr. Ravishing Ravish. Hello.
Hey, Max, how you doing? Or should I say, Keg Lanek? I gotta say, every time you introduce yourself, you really gotta lean into the whole super French, like, hey, Keg Lanek, hey, mais oui, ma chérie, baguettes, français, François. Just like go full force, just so people know what's going on. And when they ask you, French, you say no. Just complete deadpan. Just make sure you know what's up. Build your brand, Max.
I'll have to keep that in mind for the future. Wait, do you think Keglanek is French?
It sounds French. Like
It's not.
I know it's not.
It's Alaskan. Right? Yeah. Oh no! Now it's happening to me.
Now it's happening to you. No, you're being sucked into the voice. I'll try to go ahead and tell you. You know what? Wait a couple of seconds, Max. It all blows over. I promise you. You will come back for the Matrix safe and sound. I'll be there for you. I will be your Neo.
So weird. I wonder what causes that. That's so weird. But we have a lot of things to talk about here today. We do have the Team Serenity Invitational happening right now. Of course, we're in the middle of it. But Team Serenity, they have been so helpful in letting us have this opportunity to cast on our stream and be able to be participating in the event. But Ravish, what is Team Serenity?
Let me go ahead and tell you here. First and foremost, I want to say right off the bat, is that the Canadian, baby? So going ahead, repping the Canada pride from the top is what I absolutely the base side of Canada. So much. Go ahead and get that there. Let's go with it. They're an absolutely amazing team. They're a multi-platform esports organization founded in 2019, so 2 years now. Team Serenity is currently competing in Fortnite and Valorant, and they have a great team of content creators and streamers. The goal of Team Serenity is to bring different communities together to showcase talent all across the globe, starting from Canada, of course.
Of course, absolutely. Now, I'm not sure if the Twitch chat's working now. I know it was struggling for a bit, but if you're able, you can check out more about Team using the various chat commands that we have, like Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, or even the website itself, which I think is really cool. But if you're a super fan of Team Serenity, or maybe even wanting a good way to get into it too, there is a giveaway happening for a very special released Team Serenity 2021 giveaway jersey. That's a crazy jersey.
Ooh, I might have to go ahead and enter that one myself here, Max, because those look clean.
They do. Absolutely looking clean.
But speaking things that look absolutely clean here, Max, one thing we want to go ahead and bring up is the teams we're going to see today, that being Phoenix 1, and also Teal Seam. I promise you I'm going to mess it up.
Teal Seam. We're going to be messing that up all day. But, teal's my favorite color. I just want to come out and say that, too. I know Yeti, one of our observers, that's his favorite color as well. And it's just a commonality we all have. I hear him laughing in my ear right now. But overall, they have made it pretty far into the tournament so far. I know on Twitter, I did see a lot of people saying that Phoenix would probably make it to the grand finals today. Curious to see if that's actually going to happen. But Teal Seam is an interesting story because they're a team that was pretty much formed today.
Which is absolutely wild. And the biggest thing of all is that they pulled out what was an absolutely massive upset against the previous opponents, right? Of the team formed by the Ultralex. They actually made it the quarterfinals, right? So I'm excited to see what they bring out here, Max, because TLC are the question mark, that wild card. They're that Joker in your hand of aces.
You know what the craziest part too is? I'm surprised you didn't mention it, Ravish. They won against Team Sedated, what was generally considered a huge upset, but they won it on Icebox.
Now, we've talked about Icebox a lot, man. Personally, I like Icebox a lot. I love casting Icebox. I like seeing Icebox. I know our observer, editor Yeti as well, loves the map Icebox, not only for the Bears, but because Valorant, and this man sniffs Valorant from the morning.
I don't like Icebox. I'm trying to warm up to it, but if I warm up to it too much, it's going to melt.
Which, it's absolutely tragic. As we're going to go ahead and just take a second. I think it's like this is like I think this is like thank you. Um, this is a letter. This is a letter.
That's why. This is why I think,
This is
right?
why. Yeah. This is why.
Okay.
This is something I can't remember what this is. Mm.
Uh,
It's but you know what? But one letters I do know how to spell is R. Did I do it? Am I doing it? Is it R?
can you spell GLG?
No. I'm not even gonna try
Oh no.
that. I'm not even gonna try to attempt that though, which is it's not worth it. But you know, what I'm gonna try to attempt is talk more about these teams here, Maxi. Load up into bind map number 1 for the day of the second quarterfinals, our final match of the day. So we'll see who's gonna make it to the semis for tomorrow here, Max. Which and possibly face your team Serenity as we go on into there. They are in the map number 3 as well coming in. So we'll see if they even try to make it a bit of a tough spot. We're gonna talk about these two teams, P1 and TLC here right now. We saw P1 before. They are very back and forth in terms of a team right now because the record isn't looking too hot, but they are relatively newer to the scene as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The big thing that similar to what we saw with TF before is we really want to look at the attacks for both of the teams here. Well, we do see P1 starting off on the defense, but I really am curious to see in the second half how they can manage their attacks. We've seen them on Bind before, and their attacks are a little lackluster to say the very least, but they are very slow for the attack. Meanwhile, we do have TLC as well. Less info about them, but they managed to win their only Bind game so far as this team.
And yet again, like you saw, so I'm excited to see what really was the X factor which caused the upset right here. This is because the way I'm looking at it, I'm looking at TLC to be impressed. I'm looking at it to go ahead, take me by the heart, grab my necktie, pull me close, and tell me that I'm sick at this, which honestly, I'm personally all for. As you go ahead and look at the setup here, Max. So far, right now with TLC attacking first, they're set up just right around the B side, pretty much all gonna be pushing through hookah.
Yeah, this is a pretty standard pistol attack that we see coming out here. Everyone on P1 is already lined up for B side. It seems like they know what the general first round is going to end up looking like. And they do have the Cypher waiting just in case they do rotate around. That's really smart in case they are debated a little bit and have to go for a retake.
As we head into it, I believe we are actually heading into a very small pause, a small attack pause. You see Salva all to the back. That's our take right now. Just waiting for to come back into it because, you know, he is a Sova. He's not really super fond of the heat, which is understandable, man, because he is from Russia. That being Icebox is the map which he hails from. As you're back on camera, Max, so rise to the challenge with me.
Absolutely. I really want to see what the Sova can bring out too, because we've been seeing Sova 100% pick rate every single game, at least that we've casted so far. Even outside of the Serenity event, pretty much always. But something we've been seeing a lot less of are the actual aggressive recombos. They're mostly used in those post plans, and they're mostly only used to gather information once on a site.
And one of the biggest things too, I find, especially if you are on the attacking side, what you're able to go ahead and get in on site, being able to clear out like the on B, either clear out showers on A or an elbow on B with a Silver Dart can be very, very crucial too. Just to be able to see, you know, what kind of opposition they're actually up against. You know, showers being able to go and clear that out, especially in a spawn area. The same with elbow as well, right near by spawn link, to make sure nobody coming around lurking and, you know, maybe trying to ruin your plans, your days. You wait for the spike to explode and watch things go boom more.
Something to keep note too, for at least Phoenix one side, is that we're going to see a huge symbiotic relationship between Menace and Precision. They brag out like no other team that we normally see in Tier 2, but they work so closely in tandem that if one goes down, it's almost like a sinking ship. But we're going to see a lot of aggressive plays coming out from them, especially on the defense.
Now we've seen Precision, like you mentioned, like he is more than likely the IGL of this team, right? He is a fantastic. I mean, like actually one of them. Actually, go.
One of two IGLs.
Yes, well, that's MMG different. As they're going to wipe off all the excess colors across the stream here, Max. So it's like you were saying, yeah, because we did see Precision bring out the Breach previously as well. I believe it was on Haven too, and he was amazing at it. Breach is also an agent which I believe we do not see enough at all because he's used a lot in Europe. But if you have, like a strong initiator, you don't necessarily need your duelist to be the one getting art to the site. The breach can do that for you.
And what's interesting about Precision's use of Breach too, of course, working with Menace, is that he treats the Breach like a duelist almost. He uses, obviously, the Initiator flashes to go onto the site. Menace is there usually as a jet to help out. But if he's not playing the Breach, that relationship still continues on. But instead of playing that Breach pick, he often goes for the Phoenix instead and uses those same exact flashes to help them to go in like Batman and Robin.
No, we also see Menace being used almost sometimes as a human drone.
Right.
Essentially, yeah, because like he immediately goes in, dashes onto the site, he puts smoke down however he can, and then it's a question of, all right, he's gonna spot everybody there to allow Precision to come in and frag out here, Max. It's a really interesting spot and a role which I don't really expect of a jet, but he must have a sensitivity on like 30 at this point if he just looks around the entire stage. All right, got it. Okay, there, come in.
I mean, he has to be able to like take in information so quickly. My eyes, I think, would melt out of my head if I tried to just flick around so quickly just to get information. I would probably just die.
Right. It sounds absolutely insane, man. It's because can you imagine you just go ahead entering onto the site and suddenly you're zooming around, you see nobody, only to have them entering at the last the final itsy bitsy second, and suddenly you're like, wow, great, my bad, didn't see them. Then what are you doing, man? We'll see them because we don't got photographic memories. We're not those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't have photographic memory. We come pretty close at times. Not usually an auditory memory, but we do come pretty close when it comes to individual snap in our mind sometimes. But I believe we are still having technical difficulties. I mean, clearly I am too. But I mean, the players themselves, it seems like there is an issue with one of the players getting into the lobby and starting the game. So we will be waiting around to see how that goes down. But like you mentioned before, Ravish, Team Sedated losing 2-0 against Teal Seam. Definitely a huge upset of the tournament so far, and something we weren't expecting to see.
Not at all. Really, nobody was at all. We coming into this Sedated with a very clear favorite to that matchup, considering we don't know a ton, about Teal Seam. So as you know what, smaller tier team, they okay, you know what, we should be easy clap 2-0. They go into it suddenly. It's completely the other way around. Although it was a fair bit of back and forth, but TLC clearly have shown that they're here to play, and if they actually beat Phoenix 1 going into the semis, I think this will be the team to watch, considering how many upsets they might be able to pull out here, Max.
Now, I'm unfamiliar with what's going on with the rest of the bracket. We've just been so in tune with the matches we are preparing to do, but overall, I'm really curious to see who's going to be in that other second place grand final slot, besides maybe Phoenix 1. Maybe, or Teal Seam.
Exactly. Yeah. Or, in fact, give a shout out to the home card as well at Team Serenity. I know right now they're playing on a bit of the back foot, on a bit of the back foot right now with the current matches, with Ted and Metro and Ito currently casting them. So as of right now, we are getting word to go ahead and reset the lobby real quick because Riot, as you all know, is a small indie company, Max.
Of course.
They're going through tough times. So guys, make sure to quit a Kickstarter, give Riot Games more money, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to think of a joke. My brain's not operating fast enough.
That's okay. You guys, I believe in you. Come on. Joe almost said that the joke is on the tip of your tongue. You know you got this because you're thinking about Riot Games, man. All those skin money, all these skins that you're looking at is I'm
really proud of how far they've grown since June. They only started making games in June when Valorant hit the beta, and now here they are, finally becoming not even $1 million company. They're like a few $1,000s or something.
Yeah,
very, very small, very niche.
Exactly. Yeah, it's exactly nothing really like claimed nothing claimed to the name. I hear they've got like a small garage office down in California, just trying to be able to set up things again. As you head back into game here, folks, lobby reset, everything fine overall, and redoing the agent select as well here, Max. So, and you know what? Not much changes either. It's pretty standard stuff that we're seeing from both these teams.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this is all going to go down here. I want to see the composition between Precision and Menace, and as predicted, it's not going to be the Breach, it's going to be the Phoenix and the Jet pick. Normally, the breach we only really saw on Haven and Ascent before. Oh no, my connection's dying. Uh-oh, the internet.
No. Hey, you
That's
know
okay.
what? That's okay here, Max. As long as I can go ahead and have you here with me by my side, that's all that matters. Knowing you here with me, keeping me warm and cozy at night. What more can a co-caster ask for, right?
Absolutely. But as things are going on now, we do have the first pistol round going on.
Yeah, as you head into game number 1 here between P1 and TLC right here on Bind. So it looks like it'll be the same similar setup that we had before, but with a small bit of a change up, right? With 3 down going in 2 along with the Spike 2 and 2 along with the Raze and the Omen going down in the hookah. But look at this stack here, Max. They're almost all on B with Justice Cypher anchoring A side. They're like ready for this push.
Yeah, this is the same exact style of push we saw before, and I really want to see how aggressive Teal seems going to be with this push as well. Already the smokes are going down. It's going to be a very defensive one to make sure at least the push on B-Long will be stalled a little bit, but the flashes are still going to go through. Hookah Menace with the beautiful shorty kill in the beginning. This is the first one, I think, of the whole tournament we have seen up until now. At least with us casting it is. But the shorty, it didn't quite work out on a few times of Haven, but on the hookah part, it's a little different on the hookah entryway.
Yeah, immediately the entire push not to worry with the Raze going down, so they decide to take themselves down onto the A side. They haven't forced the rotations as of yet, but right now P1 have to know that exactly what's going on. The camera does spot them all out. As you see, Menace just waiting around in U-Haul, trying to do the same thing that happened to his teammates.
Yeah, it's a back and forth right now. The pistol round doesn't mean too much, but it's just a back and forth of pure death. Look at the kill feed. It's a back and forth still. But with that being said, though, it's going into the favor of P1. Second and Menace able to find 2 as well. And only be a safe. It's just about ready to die. A double kill with the shorty, no less, is going to finish everything off. Menace getting 3 kills this pistol round. It's going to be a huge start for the player that we kind of said at times is a human drone, but when they initiate, they murder everybody.
And we've seen this before as well, like you said here, Max. On the defense, though, Menace, we've seen him pop off quite heavily as well. Really on the attacking sides, where you're back and forth with him, but like coming out this heavy, like with the shorty too, because we know Menace to be that very aggressive solo queue type jet gamer, right? He comes in, flies it with the judge in your face, bop bop, insta kill too. We're changing it up, gonna go for the frenzy this time. As a setup right now is looking to be right yet again the run back of the B site with Cypher anchoring right on A, looking to catch anybody after the rotation. 2 on long, 2 in hookah.
That's right. There's a lot of rotations going on right now. Tyrell's in a weird spot, though. He has to rotate around, and probably the very unsuspecting Cypher are kind of playing spy versus spy around with each other. That Spike, though, there's a huge stall game going on the lower part of the map, and because of that, players being occupied, it's going to be an absolute battlefield on B side. Zekat's able to find one, and it's just a back and forth yet again. This time, however, last time it was in the favor of Phoenix. This time, it's going to be Teal's team, who just completely rampaged and pillaged B site, only to go back to A for the plan.
Why does B always gotta be a battlefield? As 7 dies, and who more? As you see here, Max, because right now with TPC yet again, Poison comes in, that takes out his counterpart, and 3v2 situation. Spike still has not gone down. The Raze is gunning it back to B site as the A does not work.
It is the Spike that went around the world. It started on B, went to A, now back to B again, now that it's under full control of Teal's team. Only one left alive now, and it's going to be Jangler able to find yet another kill. I think that's a double kill for him at this point. And that being said, though,
Spike planted.
it's a tough position to be in. He has to rotate quite a bit of distance, have almost no info at his disposal, and even then, if he can find a proper angle, this one going from CT side, going into B from the back, it's just notoriously hard to take over. But he does have flashes and smokes.
Because they're both right in that position right outside the inner part of elbow here. Max is just smoked out. And so it looks like he goes and spots out. Well, Cypher Trap 2 is getting shot. He doesn't get any, though, unfortunately. With 2 people there, Tyrell clutches it out. Now, Team Seal get 1 on the board.
Yeah, that was a really good play from Teal's team, being able to trust the Spike and the timer in tandem, bringing everything back and forth to each other. And the Toad we saw TLC bring out at the very end as well, especially with Tyrell that whole round, it was really nice to see. But they can't rely on that every single round either. Eventually, or probably very quickly, Phoenix 1's going to catch up to these huge rotates and catch them out when they're not expecting it.
Revealing area.
Setup yet again being the exact same here, coming from the side of Phoenix 1 though, with a Cypher playing around A, trying to catch anybody coming through their spawn for a potential flank. But yet again, 2 hookah, too long, with Spike being taken that hookah yet again.
It's a flash stall out right now outside of Octagon, but it's going to be second with a shock dart, able to find 17 in the very beginning. It's a great start there, as B-site's still going to be under the control, but all of that may have again been a ruse in order to make their way onto A. P1's a little heavy on the rotates at times once it comes to the bomb sites, but that's going to be a full advantage for people like Bones to just make their way onto the site. Of course, Cypher cams are there to help mitigate things a little bit more.
As he gets pushed out of U-Haul, the pushing again. The shorty catches the better of him. We got traded almost immediately just as well. 3v3 right now with the bomb being planted on site here. Max looking to push into U-Haul as it is clearly taking control. Because look right now, because look at all of P1 though. The position aside to potentially catch them as they push out towards the bomb. But that's shorty to push in. Get one. He gets the Spectres will be traded out. I'm not gonna get the second. Arctic doing work and do more. Now it is just messed up. He has the ultimate, gets the knives, doesn't get it. Arctic with 3K.
Arctic with a 3K, fantastic work to see. That was a really good hold of the site in the post plant. From the positioning that we saw, it wasn't really feeling like that TLC had all the angles covered. You know, they had the most part, like the southern part towards the attacker side. But when it came to lamps and forwards, they had almost no presence on the site. And even then, they relied on Phoenix 1 pushing towards them, and they were able to win gunfights. Even against the Jet knives, her ult was essentially wasted there. And it was hugely in the favor of TLC with that round.
I gotta say that I'm loving what I'm seeing already with all of this shorty gunplay here, Max, though. But yet again, right now, TLC running with the same sort of setup too, but instead this time they have both Omen and Cypher playing around the A side to catch anybody on the rotation, with no one pushing down along a 2 hookup, but the sloping this time, as you see here, Max. Just trying to catch anybody out, not trying to over-aggress on any options and move themselves over to A.
Something we've been seeing a lot too is that a lot of these teams like to play a very slow attack, especially online, and it kind of works against them because it allows a lot of the defensive teams to really prepare at these angles. It's been working out for TLC though, because they're able to collapse so quickly and find those weak spots. Menace though is just skirt on in and blocking out the Sova completely. He has no idea supposedly that anyone's on stake as far back as Menace is. Arctic though is going to go in for the Hunter's Fury, but Seven is able to find the Menace himself. Dennis is going to fall, and that is going to allow a lot of interesting positioning to happen on both sides of the Magnum.
Shower control is already beginning over, but you will not be taken over either. With position comes in and pushing them all back, forcing the TPs. Look at this here back. Immediately to go, immediately for the rotation because B side is perfectly open. A spike still into the favor, still 4v4. So P1 could still definitely, sorry, TLC could definitely touch this.
It seems like a predefined backup plan coming up from TLC is able to make things work out here, but Precision doesn't care. He's going to use the smokes to his advantage and push on up. There seems to be some sort of molly or some sort of gadgetry that went down on top of the spike, but Bones is trying to stall out as long as humanly possible. In fact, most of TLC is trying to, but Agility's there to collapse onto the site. Agility is so good at holding down a bomb site on the defense. We've seen this so many times from him before, and it's happening yet again. He doesn't care. Well, he tried there, but didn't quite succeed. But Bones, a 3K, doing as well as Agility usually does in the clutch, able to bring it back to another round in their favor.
And I like that position as well, coming out for the side of TLC. As soon as they're going for the plan, like you mentioned, Agility comes in. They have 1 on site and 2 holding outside in garden too, considering it's planted for the set line as well. So considering they're able to go ahead, hold it down, and do so well on it. Does mean now the P1 we force Arthur to say, but Agility bringing out that judge, baby, is what I want to see exactly more of too. Still holding up right there, you know, on A side too, in showers, just waiting to just let anybody into him as soon as, cause like he catches sight of you, you're gone.
Would it Would it be okay if we called him the Phantom Menace? Because he's able to get those kills and just kind of skirt out of there. So, well, call him Darth Maul. That was impressive. But look at the rotates now coming out from P1 side. They're all collapsing onto A because they, at the very least, have the audio from the Cypher and Showers. There is one in short as well. That's going to be the Spike carrier. But something really smart that Phoenix does is that they're always leaving one on site because they know there's always a predefined backup plan from Teal Seam's side.
Look how pretty that gun is, Max. I want that gun. I got the gun so bad, man. It looks so nice. The aesthetic is Max, but I think that's like a very mad nice as well. As right now too is P1's defensive options too, the way they're already spread out. They're just closing in more and more on Teal Seam and have them run out of options as they come in. Tyrell gets actually Menace, which is actually huge considering that's up down as well here, Max. They're coming out of the B side, open it up. The Sova is there, but right around Hellbow is Zekin, but he only has a Sheriff. Not able to do much, takes shots in and dies for it.
That's right. It's going to be the IGL Zekin hiding down on B side. He is unfortunately going to fall, but he's able to at least make the call for the team to rotate around. Precision, only a Sheriff in hand. Look at his body. He's able to flick it. Almost get the headshot, but not going to take down Osias, who's able to get a double turn. Agility, though, comes in from the top. Not able to clutch things out either yet again. It's going to be a Judge hitting, you know, some bullets, but not able to make a fruitful kill. Teal Seam are doing such a great job on the attack right now. They take things slow, but they always debate and go through a teleporter and go for B site.
And that's exactly what we were talking about here before as well here, Max. The rotations, the quick and fast thinking from these teams is really what's going to make the difference on a map like Binary. We've seen the teleporters be used and abused over and over to such high degree. Right now, look at the econ, you know, for P1 as well. And after this, they don't put a shoot around. They force out to the save and Menace going back onto the op as they push down the same sort of rotation too. Two hookah, too long.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if TS are still going to adapt their strategies a little bit more, but as of now, they just mostly go for a very linear push as things begin, and then kind of decide halfway through whether or not they're going to dedicate to the site. Precision, though, holding an octagon, is waiting around to see if anyone's actually going to push up and long like they have previously, but the answer is going to be no. There's a micro-adaption going on from TS's side. They're opting to maybe go for hookah or stall out at A short.
Because you see the base go ahead and join this Cypher right around A. They were able to gather much intel, but they lay the spike at the back as well in case any of them does get pushed on. So good policy, Tyrell going into the back, pushing into Showers. Actually, but it is smoked out. The Omen as well, watching that tight angle right outside. The camera placed in there too, doesn't spot anything at all. And the TP used at the back to gain a solid amount of information. He's able to get to it. 103 pot max.
Oh, Osias went through a crazy ult. A TP, that was beautiful. Agility's able to get the flick instead. Tyrell was going to go in for the trade as well. The spike's going to go down. That really messes up a lot of the retake options that P1 wanted to bring out. So many defensive positions being brought up from TS inside of Lamp. Cyber cages everywhere. There's nowhere to look. There's nowhere to see. Where's even the spike? Well, it's going to be in the default plant as usual, but there's so many Phoenix walls and cyber cages in the way. It's definitely difficult for Precision to go in for this post plant. He's still going to try, and Bones doesn't care about any walls. He has the flick ready.
But that Molly plays at the last complete second. He's going to stop them from getting out of the spike right now here, Max. It is a 2v4 right now. Zekin able to get one on his way out, but the spike has to be defused right now. But Bones is there waiting for it. Matt's going to save the op, should be able to live as go to TP. And that means that Teal Seam will go up 5-1.
S is putting in the work now. It is awesome to see how they're able to. It's interesting because they don't really rely on a lot of, you know, aggressive intel like the Sova recon bolts or even the Cypher with Cam too much. A lot of it is kind of catching out flanks with those, but they're able to just bounce onto the site and get those early entry frags, and that's what makes them decide whether or not to go for the site or rotate around to the opposite.
We'll see if they decide to go ahead and change it up right now. They go from the same setups yet still, but they're playing more so around the hookah side, and actually with a double push around Showers. But look at this too, the A side is completely open here, man. As the Jets come around for the flanks, like you mentioned, yeah, he has the op. We'll see if he can find them, but he's waiting for the peak here. Just come on, just jiggle it. You know you got it. Oh, that's it.
This is a tricky spot to be in right now. Menace is surrounded essentially, and no one even knows it. No one knows where anyone is right now, but the Omen only pixels away from appearing on the scope. And there you go, kill number 1, but there's 2 more, let alone 5, surrounding Menace. Menace somehow gets away with it though. They poke on from the side. He's able to take down Tyrell. That's the second one gone. The spike goes down. The rotates are all coming in. The cavalry Ravage coming in from the back. Menace might be able to go in for an upping flank.
Yeah, man, Menace right now has TS being the stuff here, Max, but so does 7 as he's popping off. Gets a triple kill, clears out the spike. The spike is still down, like you mentioned. That was just Mess left coming back for the flank to watch his team's completely decimated. Gonna go for the fake, is not flashed out. Down showers, missing the shot. Yet again, the double fake, but he has to try to stick this right now. But he cannot. He's wall banged out, Max. Now, Bones will not deal with the 4K, but Teal seems 6-1. They're running away with this.
They really are, but a lot of these rounds are coming really closely too. Like, if you take a look at that last round, notice how Menace was able to sandwich himself between both quadrants of enemies pushing onto A. You would think for certain Menace would die right there, but instead of freaking out and really going for the aggressive, greedy peek to take down Menace, the rest of TS decided to just push on to A and deal with the post-plant jet instead. Opt not to go the kill instead, and that's what won them the round. Patient.
Now you, but right now one who does not have patience is Menace. He comes out with the Bucky gang here, Max. You could say he's going to play like a big Bucky boy.
Thank you, Dark Mike, for that one. But overall, TS is melting P1 right now onto the site again. They just go in for a full aggressive option instead. They're throwing out all the stops and they're making sure their plans don't turn twice. Agility, though, tries to go in for the flank from the back, but unfortunately it's only able to find one. Slides on the site, though, is able to help find the last one, but it's 7 who finds Menace at the very end, leading a 6-round lead over Phoenix 1.
Yeah, and 7 is exactly how many rounds that TS is up, man. You would think with the amount of times they move in from site to site that TS stands for timeshare here, my brother, because they're not sticking around nowhere. By the way, I have 1,000 more of these, so be prepared as you keep going into it.
Yeah, well, you know what? I have 0, so I think you can help leverage it out a little bit. 1,000 times 0 is... well,
still 0,
but well, let's pretend.
But look at the setup right now as well here, Max. Because TS on the side coming through link, get 2 milli, but you're able to get one, try to even up the odds. And TV play milli pulled out as it rotating out all from B. The side is open, Phoenix sticking around. No, he lives to the B side is open, but they're all coming down at the A. Spike not down as of yet.
Oh man, the spike's gonna get one once again. He won't. It's down one person, but their positioning isn't that great either. Not a lot of smokes. Both Omens are gone on both teams. Menace with an op is able to find Arctic, but is that really enough to help leverage out the odds? They're still running back from Precision that might be able to work in tandem together. The Batman and Robin duo that the normal are might be a much the last. But Batman falls. It's Robin now. They come and get Bones, but he only has 1 bullet before the reload, but the quick scope doesn't work. 7's there to take down Menace, and Dennis the Menace will fall into a 7-round lead in the favor of Teal Team yet again.
Now you could say here, Max, that TS won that round with top speed, right?
Team speak.
There you go. You got one more because that's probably the thing they're using right now because they have such effective communication and the way they're looking in the back of these sites. You could think that TS stands for totally spies. Failing this.
There's no naked Morat though.
Oh, unfortunately not. But that's Kim Possible. Oh,
yeah. I thought that was the actual name of the show. And
I am sad, but unfortunately, Bones might be as well here because look at the stack right now in Hookah as they push down into A here with Sova droning around in Garden. They're able to find us right now, but 2 yet again, he look. TS does all the time where they go back and forth between these sites that 2 are on A right now, but none of them have been able to answer. But A site's almost completely open with just a site for anchoring with the cam.
It's an interesting formation that we're seeing from Phoenix One right now because they're all hiding on B site. Usually what happens is that Team Seal likes, or Teal seem like to
You
push
got it.
through A, rotate around through the teleporter, and plant on B. They're all waiting for that teleport right now as a gigantic ambush. But now that some of the rotations are going back to A, they'll have to be quick like a bunny to make sure that plan still works. But here's the thing that they weren't expecting is that Teal Seam is playing very, very slow. From what was already a
30
very
seconds
momentum-heavy previous round, they're making it in their own hands.
Yes, right now with the running back popped as well. They now know that position and likely one more. It might be in hooker, but the shot dart though, that's gonna be a nice little touch out of them as they start to push with the Molly faking the plant almost twice as of now. It's going back in the fourth position. Peaks gets a double kill to go and turn immediately back into their favorite. Now P1 are in a 5-1 situation. Remember they're going to get this back. Try around the back, but Matt's trying to cut the back, but only has the judge here, Mac. The shotgun doesn't win in range. I'm a liar. Because he's able to get one and P1 clutch it out at the end and get a round on the board.
I really liked how Phoenix One played that round because everything we mentioned before about the rotates and how they were trying to bait out the B site, they ultimately didn't need to do that. They played so much more slower, and because of the slow pace of their defense and being able to hold just pure angles and let Teal Team finally just push up and try to find them and hunt them down, they were able to get, look at precision, multiple kills across the board. And that's what won them their second round, is that act of patience. And their economy, it's not great, but at least winning that round put them at the point where they can still buy Phantoms.
Speaking coming right now, so it is still quite back and forth for them too. So we'll see if Phoenix One's able to clutch that back as they go for a very aggressive push down on B, trying to see the catch the outside hookah, but they don't see any bit at all because they're all on A here. Max is pushing onto the site, just Cypher left, trying to anchor for as long as he can, but he goes out trying to wait for the rest of his teammates. Achilles, no!
No way. Look at that. Another member of P1 going down first. It's going to be Agility, too. He's one of the strongest defenders they have. And he's going to be the first to fall. Hunter's Fury coming out from second is going to be a last resort as the spike plant goes down. It's a tough round right now for P1. They still lost only one person, but even then, the positioning's a little off. Look at that map. It's so zoomed in.
Oh.
It's all just a mixture of green and red. But you're able to find more and more, and you're down to Jangler. Jangler, we haven't really talked about too much, is able to clutch up a little bit, but they're just too aggressive. Bones just jetpacking in. Wham, bam. Thank you, man, Ravish. Able to find the headshot, and it's going to be another round in the favor of TF.
Yeah, because you saw the two right across the map, thank you, that beautiful observing by our man Yeti, bro, like that clean fade in, right? Look, the position there yet again because we're holding outside showers, and I also had hookah control. They were not allowed to enter, considered opposite around the bomb, back and forth. All sites recovered by TS, right? Now past that too. Because considering if you're looking at it, like, as they tried to enter, they were just completely dogged upon. They couldn't do much. So we'll see what P was able to do right as almost all the pushing down onto the A side. But look at Menace trying to catch them out on showers. But the spikes heading towards B, Max.
We saw this once before, but the difference is this time Agility's joining Menace. They're going much more aggressive on the sandwich maneuver. The hand is high, fighting back. It's gonna be Agility that finds Tyrell, and suddenly Savage trapped. He's sandwiched completely. He's able to find Agility. Great gun patience coming out from him. The run it back too. He's already just waiting, but no, that patience doesn't pay off for Menace, and be Savage with a double kill, shutting down the sandwich as the plant goes down on the other side of the map. They were born to die, Ravish.
Oh, a tragic fate has befallen upon them here, Max. The bullets with the smoke. But to get one like a second with that Stinger gang coming out. But Jangle, like you were mentioning, he's showing up already here, man. Look at that, bro. His phantom, you could say, is spitting like Tupac Shakur. And that TS yet again. Now just 7 left for Jangler. Coming to
30
hookah.
seconds left.
The spike didn't go down. This is a complete reversal of what we saw before. Janglers, they come in, the whole horde happening, a triple kill no less. That was one of the most unique rounds I think we've ever competitive Valorant, or at least that we've casted. There's so much to break down there. I wish we could go for a tactical pause and just describe all the weirdness that just happened.
Why don't you go ahead and possibly right now here, Max? Educate me with what you saw.
Sure, absolutely. So we saw Menace and Agility pushing in through A short before. Last happened, it ended up A pull from team. The difference is this time is that when an Agility pushed, they found at least one. They found Tyrell, but the run it back from Seven was able to knock down both Menace and Agility. I don't think that would have changed the outcome of the round, however, because the rest of Teal Seam moved around towards B site and almost plant down, but they trusted everyone on P, the rest of the defenders on B, to make sure it wouldn't happen. And that is exactly what happened when Seven came in for the clutch.
Now, speaking of the clutch right now, too, it's going to be a full B push almost through all of long, but there's a 2-stack there pushing around elbow, and with Omen, and with the Cypher coming in, coming with for the side of Hookah. So that means the side control is given over the position. You see as well right now, like TS are on the same. They only get one. Jungle getting back these pistols. Make sure they're back and forth. Sorry, I misspoke, unfortunately, as the sides have switched here, Max, because right now we come back to a 2v2.
Looks like my mic was lagging out a little bit. I'm not sure if it still is. But
You're
with
fine.
that being said, though, the IGL going in for the plant now. It's only going to be a 2v2. Agility alive still along with Zek, and they have great angles, and they planted the spike in probably one of the safest spots they can. Pistol round. Turns the corners being looked at. They're not checking their corners, though. Agility will kill the clutch. Oh, P1. They might just be an attack. The team was so clean.
As I believe we are losing you as well here a bit, Max. A little bit back and forth, but from what I'm hearing, it sounds all positive. So I like it, what you're already showing already. Okay, wait, that was something that I heard. Oh no, Max, you back with this?
Was I not talking that all?
Well, it was, I heard stints and stouts. I liked it.
Oh, I really like this. It buzzing. Hold on, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
Find out, investigate like your heart depends on it here, Max. Again, right now we see pushing in down all 2 showers of force back there with 2 through short, and I believe we do have Max coming out with us. It's just been a light cutting here, Max, unfortunately.
Oh, I wonder why. That is so weird. We'll get to the bottom of it, don't you worry. But in the meantime, look at the setup right now between both of these teams.
Yeah, exactly, because as right up, we were able to make the way out to the side, they push through showers aggressively, we're not coming on top of the trades here, and now TLC left with just votes with the classic shots. Our Judge Gaming, baby, as they take over the round, and P1 able to almost bring it back. There was such a massive deficit before, but they're catching up, Max.
It's been nearly flawless of a win cycle right now for P1. Not only are we counting the second half, but from the first half too, it is a 3-round lead. A huge dominant performance from Teal Seam for, what is that, 8 rounds in a row? 8-1 at one point. But now, P1 is putting themselves back on the map.
That's what they're able to do here, because they're getting with a setup position all around that A site. They're gonna go for the same familiar push now. That 3 through showers, 1 through shoulder with a spiking position all the way at the back. They smoke out heaven. So that's Salt not able to find any shots there. The Menace only has the Judge. He can't get any shots in, 2 already down. They're penciled into their own trap, man.
Oh no, all through showers, all the King's men. This is not a clean position to be in right now after P1. They're going in for a very risky play, and with a stinger no less. It's gonna be the Spike Carrier killed twice in a row now, and Zekin, the last one alive, is trying to make something happen, but he's gonna get gunned down by a classic 3K from Osias. Something I've noticed, Ravish, and this is a completely weird thing for P1, how they normally play attacks, is that Precision and Agility, Precision and Menace are not playing together this time around.
Yeah, that's one of the big things. I remember we actually brought up when we were talking about this team, that usually Precision and along with Menace, like you said, are usually the entries coming into it. But right now, yeah, like you said, P1 are playing it a lot slower. So I'm interested to see if since they have the guns as of right now, if they do go ahead and change the strategies. But yeah, it seems to be like all across the board, like these 3 to 4 man pushes. But yet again, they're coming in through B, 2 through long with Omen waiting on the back to see the catching rotations.
Ooh, look at this fountain. B long push happening right now. There's a little trip right on Octagon. It could be destroyed. A lot of things could happen with it right now, but there's 3 different bodies hiding in all different parts of B site. They have control of Hookah. They have control of the entirety of the site as well. And it seems like the Sova was waiting for a rotate and possibly a flank as well. There is an Omen TP available for P1 side. The Sova could be looking out for that, but the main crux of this fight is being completely stalled out by a single tripwire.
And the fast him out. There's the running back on the pop here. Seven goes in, tries to go for the peak. The walls come out. Look at that one way. Gets taken out and back onto the site here. Agility comes in, but the who control by Bowen still there with that Judge Gaming here, man. There's any control and the man advantage here. Max is all right now. At P1 stuck in a little bit of a top spot as to what to do. As they're being forced farther for the back of the garden. TP seems like the right play.
I guess you could say they're pulling a teal scene right now, going for a gigantic Jibate rotate, but Osias is ready. He's ready for it. He might be able to get through the green box, unable to, flashing out, place the defensive maneuver, waits for the rest of his team, calls the song of his people, help! But he's not able to hear anyone as he falls to Precision. Seven, though, is able to take down Precision. It's going to be a refrag at that. The spike has already done its job. Now all it needs to do is either defuse or explode.
With Bones actually able to explode a menace at the back with the trade forward and back and forth. Now Zek left, back and forth, clutches it out. Gets tired, Rad. Look at that. And for the first fight in a little bit, Teal seem to get one for themselves, actually, which I believe I'm wrong.
Oh,
No, wait, am I? No, wait.
Wait,
no, I'm
hold
wrong.
on.
Yeah, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Okay.
I'm wrong.
Oh,
P1
okay,
got
okay.
it. Yeah, I
Okay.
misspoke. I apologize, Max.
I mean, to be fair, though, that does bring up a really cool point, though, and I don't know how we forgot this. Teal Team did win a round. They broke a 3-round streak, almost going on 4. That happened before. So that is a really good start for Teal Team. They're helping leverage the odds a little bit more. The P1, speaking about that, they were able to adapt a lot quicker. They bounced back on their feet so quickly on the attack.
See, so now they're considering, so the TS are now on the save route here, past that gun round. Just marshal the light shields across the board here. It's almost all P1 centered around the A as they move across through spawn. Look at the Cypher as well here. Max Tyrell pushes up, gets caught up by agility. Just can't land those shots right now as they move into hookah.
Tyrell keeps getting caught out in these weird positions where every single time by agility. It's unfortunate. It's on both sides too.
Mm-hmm. Because if the side's completely open, the elbow control should be theirs. They're unable to really stop the push through spot. They enter onto the side. The menace with the op, man. He truly is living up to his name here, my brother. As back and forth now, Oasis the pitch is so low. It set up the one of it, but what more can they do here? 7. Last one left alive at the back of elbow. Only has the marshal. Unfortunately, this might have been a scrap. Shots out, taken, flashes, then he's dead.
Yeah, there's not really a whole lot you can do if you're 7 in that position. A Sheriff stuck in elbow. There's so many pinpoint angles you might have a chance on, but have full rotation of it's so close quarters. The force is always gonna, well, I guess almost always win out on that gunfight. It's a 3-1 too, but TS, they really needed that round. And well, actually, maybe they didn't. They won the round. They're, I believe, at 11. Could be mistaken.
They are not. It is P1 who won the contest.
Oh,
so we both made the same mistake.
Yes,
so it's
yes,
okay.
I can't wait for us to have like the really big pro league overlays where we can see everyone on the sides. I miss that.
Man, those would be absolutely cool. Riot, release your inner API. What you doing, man?
Oh man.
But right now here with the setup coming into his Max, as they're looking to try to go for Apostle A push it again, as both the Sova down the showers and Cypher waiting around to short to see they possibly catch any of TLC. But now both maintain their position, playing is super duper slow as they push off of B, moving over to A, looks like right now. Shower is theirs, but they haven't pushed as of yet.
They haven't pushed just yet. Agility's holding a really good power position. He doesn't see anybody, but audio cues and the ability to just push up and take over the site as well, while everyone else is looking at the precision. The running back's coming into play. He's able to move on up. Osiris does a menace. Oh, the op is down. You're completely right, Ravish. Look at the cyber cages going down as well. So many different angles being denied, and now the op's in the possession of the attackers. Defenders, I mean, excuse me.
Yes, right now, still a 3v4 situation, but Jaleel to get Tyrell. They're lessening those odds more and more. The Barnes to the Paranoid only has 10 health. Looking for the Omen trying to push in. Paranoid is out, pushes in, but he wasn't touched by it. That's big. Nasik at the back able to get the trade. Now it's just TLC, just Arctic left, smoked out with the bomb being down, and they have U-Haul control as to get that kill on precision. That's another one to his name.
Beautiful. I love that play from P1. So they played a pretty standard attack onto A side. There was no real bells and whistles to it. 4 different people went in short. The last one, that would being Tyrell, pushed through showers and made sure he had, like I said before, that power position. With all that underway, they were able to really take over the site quickly, and while Jangler put out a huge effort to stall things out, it was all visible deniability, the cyber cages, the omen shrouds, all of that aided P1 so much when that spike going down, and that's where they really took over.
And a P1 right now, too. Gonna go into Octa for the save as well. Make sure they're able to all go to last round, but men take so many shots to the face. Only have 5 health. And as the Oppa, that's such a tough spot to be in. No healers. You know, Sage, unfortunately, is falling out of the meta. Sky, unfortunately, it is a tough spot for them to be in.
Ooh, because right now, Review have a full-on, what seems to be a rotate going through A short. The smoke's going to be down in short, so Osiris actually puts that down. That's a curious smoke because he's not able to see any rotates or really any kind of entry. This second one, a one-way, makes a lot more sense because he's able to get that angle, but this allows a lot of P1 to rotate maybe either through showers or into short without really much of a conflict.
Because consider they all center around that A short side, like you mentioned, and just still waiting to see them try to push in. There's a massive paranoia.
What's going on?
Two try to push just a little bit, but they're all blended out. The Cypher Cage actually pushed into, but you want they push out. Shot 1, shot 2. Oh, it's down. That's spiked down 2. Okay, big push. I like it. Always clutching it out. A 3v2, 3v3 right now. And then wins out in the save. 103 pop by second. But a clear out U-Haul. That's not able to get in the second, but doesn't get a tag though. The backside still a 3v2 here. P1 with the man advantage.
Call Osiris
10
Clint
seconds left.
Eastwood. That was amazing to
Spike
launch
planted.
outside of lamps. I loved his sheriff play, but Arctic needs to take up the mantle now. Osiris was able to do it before, now Arctic needs to get the same headshot in the same exact spot. Precision's on a 4K right now, by the way. Zakin's able to clear up the last one. We haven't seen an ace today, but we've seen so many 4Ks. And from a team that was coming out from the depths pretty much to catch up with TLC, this attacking half has been solely in the favor of Phoenix.
And that's the craziest part. You see, because you know what? Hey, maybe P1 are not necessarily like the greatest defending team, as you can tell by the scoreboard though. But on the attack, like you already said here, Max, they've looked fantastic as well with the position, their control, and how they've been able to enter in onto these sites. Right? It's been beautiful to look at. As Red again, they're already centered around A short. With a couple already there, with the Cypher waiting around back, trying to catch out anybody with his camera as they push up 2 with B long.
Statistically speaks, 1 more attacker wins than defensive wins on this site. It's a very close margin though. 116 wins on the attack overall since they made their team. And you can see why. Every single round on the attack for both teams, each team adapts and changes up their strategy almost completely. And that's why we're seeing such a disproportionate half each time.
You saw before, actually, if you remember here, Max, as well, because with TS2, they pulled like the same B push through long and through weapon. After 2 Hoka started like 6 different times, I remember. It was absolutely wild. Running back already, but running back pop 2 as Oasis comes in the back in elbow position 2 as all moving back to spawn. TS rushing to get onto the site. Hunter the fear popped as well to get them off the neutral planting site here, Max. Spice still has not been able to go down yet.
It hasn't gone down yet, but Jangler's trying his best. Jingle, there we go. The bells and whistles were home. It's going to be a chuck dart right on top of where the spike went down. A great shot, but it doesn't hit anybody. Cyber Cage is blocking off Osiris. He won't be able to see anyone pushing out from hookah or going from long. Everyone's blocked out completely on TS's side.
There's people still pushing around elbow back and forth to enter onto the site. RC coming up on the top of the plates along with TS. A spike play being like fake right now. The shotgun's used at the back, but Oasis pushes him second. No! And Hookah also cleared out as well. Now TF for the first time in quite some time. Come back up and get around.
I'm really struggling to figure out what happened with Phoenix that round. It seemed like it was completely in their favor. It seems like they tried to do the same exact strategy they like to pull on A on their own attacks. They like to smoke everything off. They like to deny all the angles they possibly can. The flashes go out as well. But here's the thing. TLC played it so patiently that they waited through those smokes and through the cyber cages and just waited until it all went away, got those angles, and by then, Phoenix 1 had no intel at their disposal to figure out the pushes exactly. And that's why they lost all those gunfights seemingly at once.
And yet again, it's a very familiar push here, Max. As with Cypher playing shower, Silver on the back, likely way to drone in. It's a short, 2 down long. But Bones Posse ultimate gets 1. Oh, he'll trade that back. So nice done by Bones.
That's a really good pick too, taking down Precision so early on. He's been the top fragger for Phoenix 1's side for so long. Now you just need to clear out Menace and you probably have match point. But it's gonna be an A short push once again. 7 going for the run it back, looking to see any kind of intel. I don't know how much left is on his run it back actually. It's bugged out. But it's gonna disappear with no intel in sight.
Second. Chatted between 2. Omen right on the side. We're gonna get an intel in at all as his team just pushing it around short too. You can see with the resistant Oasis and both the Phoenix right now. Around U-Haul, but Oasis gets stuck as he pushes it by himself. Trying to go for the smoke. Menace from the back catches the TP. He draws even more as they push into U-Haul here. Max 20 seconds left to go.
Not a lot of time left to get this spike down. You're going to go for the debate. You're pulling a TLC right now, going across the whole world right now, Nelly Bly style. It's only going to be one person to pop this hot air balloon. That might be Tyrell. Lights going down. No defense. It's not going to go down. Tyrell saved the day. No time to plan. It's going to be up to the Sova to just save. And that is going to be match point now in favor of TLC. It's not about winning the gunfights anymore for TLC's defense. It's about the strategic killing that they're bringing out.
Because you saw too the fact that they were able to catch out the Omen on the TP at this point too, right as you enter onto the site and get the spike down to forcing attacker to come in, trying to somehow go to cover that, and the TP with almost no time left to go was really well done. And it just shows how much work the Opera's already doing here, Max. So, and right now, TS like we see they're on match point with a nice pop.
Ravish, this is only map 1, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, what a real showstopper. They're about to raise ult my heart right now. Menace though, able to use the ult of their own, stab to death. Able to get a second one too, and the Sova can't do anything about it. Having full control now all the way up until Lance. It's gonna be pushing back TLC so much. And on top of that, smoked out completely.
As the Aldrin goes in though, does it actually go in and onto U-Haul? So that I was waiting to come in through Link. Seeing it pushed in because look at where they're holding. They're almost 3 right there, right in front of the spike. The smokes aren't there yet, but they'll find more information because none of them are there here, Max. How hiding behind corners. Menace comes in. Always only gets that agility. It's a 3v3. Nice go in and out. Menace popping in. Missed a nice 1 health. Able to deliver. The spike is taking. They need to go for the defuse. They need to go for it now. It's 2v2. Paranoia to get 2 and they clutch it out. P1, learn to see another day.
Absolute pandemonium, chaos happening on A site. Ravish, that is where the attacks are working super well for this late game Phoenix. They lost 2 rounds previously, and they rely really on nothing that's going on for either side. Absolute chaos and just hoping like ahead is what brought them out on top there. So many smokes going through, the early aggression from Menace and the knives piercing through the hearts of 2 different people. This is unprecedented.
It's absolutely amazing. As right now, because now TS are forced out onto the savior. They push in down short. See if they can possibly catch anyone, because especially with these long range weapons, setting on the sight lines, it should be a 2v2. Silver drone comes out. Actually, no, he's not gonna do it. All right, nah, good call. Because look, one big thing you can tell always with the Sova, as soon as the drone goes out, Sova's like he hiding behind the exact corner, so pushing will be very wise. But second step immediately gets pushed on. Phantom out, TP's in. There's 26 health and somehow gets out alive.
Ooh, now there's a big decision P1 needs to make right now. Are they going to retreat back, or are they going to go full force through the same area Osiris was previously in? Though instead to be holding Lance with a body on falls, Arctic's able to clap back, but Pandemonium on the kill feed. It's a back and forth. Christmas was last week, not today. Agility takes down Tyrell. It's a 3v1. TS, they have such a strong lead, but they don't want to force overtime.
Right after looking at it as well, you know, with TS, because they're on the save right now, they should be able to go in, opt for the full buys next round too. Now they know that we're both pushing to hook up. Finds the Oma, but Jangler gets him, holding to that site immediately, and P1 bring it back here, Max. After being so back and forth in his defensive round, you thought TS, it was gonna be all that while they pulled off the upset, but it's been all red for almost the entire second half. Yeah, Michelle Kegler deck, but now P1 have the impossible task. Well, very difficult task of somehow making it through, winning one more round and bringing us to overtime.
From what we've seen so far, Ravish, that's not an impossibility. They've been doing such a good job just rushing onto the site. It reminds me a lot of previously we saw Thrifty's matchup with Zero Marksman, how DEFCON with the Judge and Raze would just blast back into the site and kill everybody. Menace is taking that same exact mantra and working with it. Precision, though, is playing by himself a lot of this game. We haven't seen this a lot from the team previously, but he's going to be pushing showers in a sightline of 3 different people potentially watching him. Even the Owl drone might potentially find him, but he is making the decision whether or not to stall out or put pressure on the site.
As Sova should go ahead and join the jet down in A short too. They smoke out that side right near showers. Oasis waiting there. Not gonna push it as of yet. Now almost all the shots completely pushed out. They cannot push it. They're just stalled for as long as they can. But they should see this. Running back pop. Immediately Julie finds him and Bones takes the other here. Max is entering onto the site.
It's just this going on. Able to get a double kill now. Phoenix seconds able to find one. The IGL still alive and holding on, but no, the flashes are flashing everybody. Right now, everything's getting stalled out from behind. Tyrell finds one, but Precision, with the flick of his wrist, is able to find the headshot.
30 seconds left.
2v1 now versus Phoenix, and a Sova left alive. It's only one heal in the same exact time. It's going to telegraph exactly where this lone Phoenix is going to be, but the arrow might be the ceiling of fate. The Econ able to find Evan with a triple kill. There's going to be map number 1 for Teal to take down Phoenix 1. A lot of people posed that they would win the tournament overall, but now they need to win 2 maps in a row in order to make sure that happens.
Teal seeing yet again bring it out with another insane upset here, Max. Because like even after the first shot when they're coming into this, like you mentioned, this team was formed what, today? Yesterday? Like, these guys are like brand new, and the way they're playing, you would think they're just seasoned veterans. Amazing stuff here with the consistent role push from the beginning, the spread out fanning with how they hold on these sight lines, and bam, these guys. And I gotta say, I'm excited to see what more they can bring here, Max.
I loved watching both these teams play. This has been one of the most fun matches to cast in a very long time. And that's saying something because most of the matches we cast are just brilliant and fun to see. But here's the thing, though, about Ascent. That's going to be map number 2. And we've seen how Phoenix 1 play attack on Ascent. And it's a very different ball game from what we saw on Bind. And yet they were dominant on Bind doing it.
Like, which is the craziest part? So right now here, P1 have a very tough task. They're trying to go ahead and bring it back on Ascent and then possibly Haven. Now we've seen P1 to set. We've seen that fantastic breach pick that, you know, that we saw position go ahead and bring out. So I'll be more excited to see that too, as I'm being told the teams actually, they don't want to break it all. They want to go ahead and jump right into this. This is wild. Okay. After this complete back and forth, I respect it.
Yeah, the momentum's already going. They're all buttered up. They want to just go for it, and so do we. We're buttered up too. We're like, I don't know, what's something with butter on it? Bread?
Yeah, cake.
Cake?
Muffins.
Muffined up.
But yeah, they're all muffin topped up here, Max. You could say.
I don't have a muffin top.
Uh, hey man, I don't know if I do, but you know what? I don't really have enough hair to prove it, so I'm all good there.
Oh man. All right. Well, it looks like we are going to be going to a small little break while we get everything set up for map number 2, but it's going to be a
Yeah.
small one because all of us are ready to go. But we'll
Yeah.
see you guys in probably a minute.
And we are back here, ladies and gentlemen, going into game number 2. Sorry, and for a map number 2 as well, for a set between Team Seal, I believe I said that right, and Phoenix One here, guys. And here already popping into set, as I said, it just like going on back and forth. And there was the breach we were talking about before, Max.
Let us praise whatever deity is in the sky that our internets work and our mics are fine. Oh, please. Please.
And let us hope that it stays like that for the extended duration of time, Max. As we see it right
Fish.
now. What's up?
Look in your upper right. What do you see?
Upper right. So, like we mentioned, Max, that was the breach that we said. Yeah.
I'm so excited to see precision on the breach.
Yeah, this was the play we saw the bringing it out before. Menace coming in with a human drone style and precision, playing that entry here, man. He was so good with it before. But TS have shown themselves to be a formidable foe. And with really how close they play, a set
Select
is the
your
map where I
agent.
imagine we'll see both of these teams shine even more with not only the slower plays, but the fantastic gun plays too. But one interesting thing is that P1, more often than not, especially on the defense, which we'll see next time, which we'll see when they're going to flip sides, they give up mid control more often than not. So I'm interested to see how TS actually play this defense.
That's true. If TS just guns it through mid every single round, P1 might be in trouble. Another thing I want to really see, especially... Oh, yes, we're starting off on attack. Is
Nice.
Menace plays Jet so weirdly on Ascent that in the matchup against Sakura, I believe, every single round, Menace and Precision would peek A main very aggressively. Jet would just go in, not fire a single shot, and just die. But that's part of the plan.
Yep.
Because it's a human drone. It's better than an owl drone because you have so much intel for the initiator, which is Breach, to flash in and have the rest of the team go in, frag out, and take over the site, win a 4v5.
Yes, sir, exactly that, Matt. Look at the setup right now, too. They're looking to do exactly, probably like you mentioned.
do it.
The fault line goes in, Menace comes in, smokes out, shots in. Yeah, smoke to smoke, finds out. He is shooting though, but he actually gets one. Look at that, a human drone can do work, but all down the hell, Bones gets his counterpart, but they're on to the A site here, Max, as green rotation comes in.
Look at Bones, he's struggling right now. Tyrell though is on a huge heater, able to get a double kill too, forcing second. The IGL back in A main. It looks like maybe the Sakura strat's not going to work here this time. Going for a click. It's not going to quite work out. Double click instead. Coming out from Tyrell. Able to get a triple. A pistol round with a classic, no less. Able to really secure that first pistol. You know, if I'm in Phoenix One's position right now, I'm wondering maybe if that maneuver's going to work as well this time.
I mean, I imagine Phoenix One already go and run that back here every single time. Right, because we've seen them be hard committed to so many sides consistently, but look at the defense right now as well here, Max. Look at this; they're almost all stacking B with just the Omen holding down near trees. So we should the fall like come out. It'll be the exact same play. They get smoked out, but it doesn't matter because they smoke up trees yet again as they push in. The site's wide open.
Oh, they're going for the same play again. I think TS was expecting them to go for B this time, but no. They're gonna go for A almost every single attacking
Spike
round.
planted.
Was able to find a really strong opener there, but I'd be more worried about taking down the Breach. Everyone's smoked out and Heaven's completely under the control of P1, but Menace hiding away is keeping an eye on that spike for their dear life. It's pandemonium! Oh my lord! TS is able to hold on just a little bit more, but Osias finds Zekin, and yet again the defuse is underway. That is going to be a very handed heal again.
And the fact they're able to go ahead and take that back here, Max, is so huge. So once they went ahead and came in through trees, they already got the initial picks, and then Heaven Control also was already given over too. So whether they're all kind of relegated to being down the hill, Phoenix Flashes come out, and then there's all blinded, and unfortunately they die. So the back and forth on the site trees do not go their way. But TS win both pistols. So off to a hot start, but one thing I would go ahead and point out, they will likely keep the guts of the previous rounds since almost none of them died. But the Jet has that judge, so we'll see how effective she can be being judge, jury, and executioner. As right now it looked to be a slower A push to its Cypher on the back plane. Look at it again.
Ooh, we've seen this kind of style push before from P1. They will smoke out completely catwalk and go through mid usually and go through trees to get on A site. This time though, Agility's peeking out a little bit more, looking around to see maybe if there's some action going on or maybe even a rotate through Marketplace, but the drone doesn't seem to find Agility. He might be a free man right now. He might not have been discovered.
Actually, I believe when the Jet actually peeked over and updrafted, he showed Agility there, forced him to go ahead and actually fall back. And also Cypher Cage as well, but on the side here, man, Child gets traded immediately as door do close. Tossed down on the hopes and dreams, but off this A site, spike gets planted in a 4v4.
Oh, but look at it. It's right now. It's looking really good for TS. But he tries to go in for a flank. Fine art. Osias able to clap back as well. Things are now a 4v2 in P1's disadvantage. Never mind, it's a 4v0. Every single time, a little variations coming out from P1. The planting on A just has not worked. The retake game, every time, it screams that TLC may have done their homework on this exact site.
I can't imagine they haven't too, and the problem here is yet again here TS relatively almost nothing is known about these guys, right? But they clearly and genuinely came here to play. Are they gonna put off 2 upsets in a day here, Max? Pull off the quarters? Oh my god, this is gonna be absolutely wild that they do. But now looking at a P1 might be forced to give up almost 4 rounds here. So might not be going after hostile yet again in position around A. Flyte yet again, they're running back the same play the 4th time in a row. Let's see how it plays out this time.
And remember, before P1 did such a good job on the attack on Haven, Unbind, and they normally do a really good job on attacking Ascent as well. But right now, they're falling a little short. 3 in a row for TS is not a good start, but they're able to get a little bit onto the side. Tyrell with the drone does find precision, and these are the top fraggers dying almost immediately here.
Is it a situation? Forcing the moment with the right click. Fans are back and forth and not able to find the spike touch for not immediate. But 7, they're already on the side. The spike is planted in 2v2. 7 pops the ultimate. Trying to clear them out, but they all push through heaven. But there he is. Look at that. Saying, hello. I'm waiting for you. Thank you. Welcome to my loving arms, your friends and foes. As he get the defuse. And he did it all that with the run it back.
I'm almost speechless right now what Seven's bringing out for this A plant. We haven't seen B site touched once from Phoenix 1. In fact, I'm pretty sure on most of their attacks, they never, ever go for B site, ever.
Like I was mentioning before here, Max, it's like it is one of the less commonly hit sites because they seem to have a bit of technical solace as they find it with TS, right? It's like they just don't necessarily want to try to complete commit to it. But as of right now, it's already go 4 and the setup yet again. Looking to B, getting it around the A side, but Spike left and right around back B. Where Omen and Cypher are pushing in, trying to catch any vehicles as they come in through garage here. Max, Cypher Cage already put out. But look at where they're holding. Both of them are holding down on site.
Yeah, Ravish, I really like this play from Agility right now. Throwing out the Cyber Cage might be kind of baiting out that it might be a B push. And historically speaking, that probably the case. When you're 4 down so far, going for the, even if it's the uncomfortable decision you have to go for.
Yeah.
They're all lined up here, Ravish, and I'm a little worried because they're gonna go for the run. Oh, the Rolling Thunder. This could be their chance to bring it home. Agility finds 7. That's the playmaker for the entirety of TS. But Arctic can't find the kill. This Jet gets away unscathed.
As he just runs in back and forth down with a peekaboo, but Ajay from the back gets 3K only always left. Has the arm gonna try to save it. Flyte not gonna connect, and they're gonna have to chase him down. They know they need him. This man he's going to have to run here, Max. He's gonna try to go for a complete tailspin, possibly, just to be able to get out. That's I have like 30 more TS puns for you coming up.
I had TeamSpeak. That's pretty much all in my arsenal.
You have more. I know. I believe in you.
I had to think about it. But look at the weird composition that we see from the entirety of the map right now. We see Menace going all the way around to A site. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize the spike plant was down. I thought it was just lost, but no, they defended successfully, and Osiris realizes it's just not worth it in this position. And thankfully, though, he does quite literally save the op, take down Menace while he's at it. And that is going to be a really important round for TS still. They lost it, sure, but at least they get to keep the op, and they still have a really good economic advantage.
Yeah, it is. It'll be back and forth for themselves because right now, if the news elects round, they will be on the save too. But now for P1, like you mentioned in terms of econ, this now gives them at least a shot to be able to go ahead and come back and get a bit more things in their favor, get some guns in their favor too. And as soon as they get the guns on hand here, Max, what are they gonna do? They're gonna push A. Well, Cypher should looking at the back in their garage, so able to find any rotations there, any really possible flanks.
Yeah. And this is a good ability to catch out anyone at walk. This is a really important spot because we haven't seen this adaptability from P1 before. They're already on site though. 7's trying to find wherever this Jet is, but they're smoked out completely. 7 finds Menace, but no, it's a big back and forth. Django is able to find 7 too, but Bones isn't able to clutch it up either.
The player already down. They move the spike here. They break down the door here. Now it's a 2v4 right now. Situation here, Max, as they both push it up onto Haven on the ascent side. As they look at the Cypher too, coming off the side for the flank. Zoom in. See, they possibly catch him up, but they decide it's not worth it. It's a good call by TS. So let them go ahead half the round and save the guns.
Yeah, and saving the op, especially that Tyrell has. And I mean, while you're at it, a 4-1 lead, now a 4-2-1. Is really, really good still, especially on Ascent, especially on defense Ascent.
Cypher Kid's about the Archer trying to find some exit frags too, but Cypher to go at the back. He might be cut. He has to go through here. Yeah, he's always gonna die. It's either the bomb or Arctic. So honestly, I would rather die the bomb.
Yeah, me too. I mean, you don't add up his stats. Oh, he did get a second one. Precision fell too. Nice. Oh no, that is not good for P1. They won the round, but look at their economy. They're broke essentially.
They'd be expensive.
Jeez. But to be fair, though, it's not much better on TS's side either.
No, unfortunately not here, Max. But at least still, you know, both teams are maintaining their full buys as right now because you see TS trying to go with the force buy here. Just complete run it out of the economy, just complete zero to make sure they can compete aside of P1. The TS now still are up 2 rounds. P1 yet again in position around that A site with TS actually pushing this. Possibly hoping to find a pick, but I don't think they'll be able to see their feet, man.
Oh, I think Bones' heart just stopped a little bit. Oh, but Seven's going to go for the same exact maneuver as well. Smoke's going down, flashbang's going to happen, but there's nobody there. They almost escaped.
There's not, because look at B here, Max. B's completely open as they're holding a little bit off site. They should be able to find the right near the lake. Though agility gets found out, puts on top of the cypher cage, but all the kills are util should help delay at least a little bit for their push as they come into garage.
So, to be Phoenix 1 has a 100% win rate on B side so far. Osai is, though, going to be teleporting back, making sure that at least somebody can hold the site. Precisions, though, is able to find one, yet the defender lockdown is going to be in place from Tyrell. This is going to be really tough to take over, and there's not a lot of time to get back on the site. Rotates from TS are abound, and there's only 3 left alive for Phoenix 1. Menace has been detained. They're going to try to find him, of course, but no, they're not able to whatsoever. Anyone that peeks through main is going to instantly die, and everyone's playing the slow game.
Menace still does get caught at the end. Spike is still not yet down here in Max P1. Running out of time, running out of options. 10 seconds left to go. They have to tap the site, but they have to do it now. At this point, they're thinking, you know what, you might as well go for a team deathmatch, but back and forth, they're not able to get the spike down, so at least they will save their guns as they get out. TS go up 5-2.
An iron wall defense coming out from Team Seal, or Teal Seam. Really, really good from what we're seeing from them. Their rotates are some of the best descent rotates I think we've ever seen in T2.
They've been doing really well for themselves, yeah, generally with the way to be able to hold down these sites too, especially holding down a bit off sites with the Sova and the Killjoy, delaying so long, and use the Killjoy ultimate at the last second to make sure that they can't get the spike down, cover the entire site. So really well done there by TS runner. So look at the setup, what they have. They run it back yet again onto the A side, nobody lurking. Did you ever get tired of this play?
They try to go for the same exact play again. Bones this time gets punished. Only someone gets punished or another when it comes to aim main here. But we're seeing a huge stall happening. Oh, 7. I didn't even see them on my screen. Agility's going to fall in. And there's a big question of whether or not Phoenix 1 wants to push through A main or if they're going to rotate around. But no, they're going to opt to go for their legendary strategy. Just rush onto the site and hope for the best. And I guess luck is on their side. Menace is able to there's still luck across the door. They're going to close. They're going for the... And of course, the Hunter's Fury is going to be possibly good for stalling things out as we approach 1 minute and less.
Spike planted.
You can get again right now as they try to go in for the retake here, Max. But they're all holding off site with one holding the trees, all out the back. Where Menace all the way down from that far gets Tyrell with the knives. He pops out to Furies down onto heaven. As Zeki just stopped this from coming in more and more. So that shot there at the last second gets Arctic. That was sick. Oh my god, that was P from Zeki. He clutches out the last second. Ooh, Zekin is feeling himself right now here, Max.
Zekin's feeling really groovy, but the thing you have to keep in mind too is that they were able to take over. Phoenix 1 was able to take over the site through raw aggression. They've done this time and time again, but mostly it doesn't work. The key difference this time is that the Jet ult was used from Menace and Zekin used the Hunter's Fury. You don't get those ults every single round, so being able to get almost what could seem a free round for them, being aggressively use those ults, benefited them. But they have a run it back now. It's a small advantage, but they could use it so well to at least go and play aggressive and take down an A main push.
These guys as all positioned right down that mid side though, although not open, because you see a Jet and Omen just positioned there, pushing through trees, real aggressive, along with Phoenix holding down in wire for the any potential pushes. Like yet again, which would run it back on A, you could say, but Spike is picked up and is still right down by the spawn. Choosing whether to go in. It looks like they will. 7 with the Sheriff. Let's see how many shots he can land.
He has a run it back. Keep in mind, he has been known to have a fantastic game, especially with, but no, that might right there. Yeah, Oh, I don't even, just a gigantic boulder of death hitting 7. That was such a game sense from Bones, though, was able to take down Zekit from a classic no attempted full. That's gonna just one in and having to post plants on a site.
Spike goes down, and I was already here. Max's R-Take just blinding up a paranoid up on the top side with 10 health left to go. As he's holding down in hell. Yeah, as he dropped down. Guess what? Can he get the second? Pop, back forth. There it is. Menace is the menace as he is, like you mentioned. 5-4, P-1, bring it back.
So I guess my Discord decided to die once again, but
Unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know when it happens. Like, I don't hear it. But overall, that was a really good play from Phoenix One. They were in a bad situation with, I believe it was Zekin. No, I'm sorry, it was Arctic from the back. No, Bones. Wow, excuse me, from the back, able to get a kill with the classic. And that was a really good flank, but you only had a classic doing so. P1 is really good on the aggression. They post themselves on the site and just let him flank. You might as well. We're still going to kill you.
Right now, it's finally to go ahead and switch off the A. I realize B-side does exist, but Tyrell getting the open pick onto Menace. That is super solid as well. To go and just laser punch a little bit longer, but through the smoke, Arctic getting precision to some of the top fragment already taken down, like you mentioned, the Spike. Still planted here in Max right now. It's a retake game. 7 with the run it back. He couldn't use that last round, but he's able to use this one. About to kill himself. Second the back. Gets 2 clears out the site. And Bones is dead just like that in a second.
A flawless round from TLC, able to clutch it all out. And who is going to get that spike? It's going to be the Killjoy. And I'm pretty sure that means she has, not quite just yet. We're coming pretty close to having one. And that's going to be nasty again, because we've seen what Tyrell does with those lockdowns, especially on B-site, waiting till the final 30 seconds, putting the lockdown down, and stalling out P1's attack completely. It's nasty.
Yeah, only 2 more punches left to go for him right now, but Bones does also have the knives out here, Max. The 6-4 right now, only 2 rounds left to go. Sorry, we're technically part of this one. 1 round left to go before the switch. So going into it, if P1 get both of these rounds, they'd be tied coming in. They'd be tied going into the next, which wouldn't be too bad for them at all. But when we're looking at it, it is tough. The TS are putting in a really big fight as they all push it through Garage for a pass push B.
At 6-4 right now, the scoreline's getting a lot closer. Tyrell's able to find one through the smoke, but can he find another? No, he finds himself on the ground from Menace. As the rush through B-side comes along, Tyrell would have had that lockdown too.
It is just so unfortunate here, but the lockdown being dead, all the Killjoy util is also utterly remain useless. A tragic fate to be here as well. Max, but Spike again planted these fast beast pushes have been really successful. At least getting spikes down here as well. On the side of P1 though, but now let's see what TS can do. To push it around Garage. Anglers there, but Bones pops the ultimate. Gets 1, gets 2. Okay, let's go, Bones. Going to get more. Gets the 3rd. There we go. Here's out the side, and that's the defuse. TS go up 7-4.
The Calcium Warrior themselves. Bones able to get a triple kill with the knives.
No charges
That's
left.
really impressive to see. And that's
Last
rivaled by
round in the
Menace,
half.
who has been quiet these last few rounds, having to go back and forth with this all again, a small rivalry
Out.
between the 2 Jets coming out. There's only a 1 kill difference between the 2.
Which is honestly impressive. Like we were talking before about how Bones had the ultimate as well. He makes it work here, Max. And one thing that yet again, which is not available, is Tyrell with the ultimate. The last one before the switch, I can't imagine he doesn't use it. But yet again, we see P1 position around that A site, got a fault light in, yet right to the entrance. Flash out with the Phoenix and the smokes there yet again. This is, I feel like I'm having deja vu, but 10 different times.
Yeah, P1 loves to go for the same exact aggressive play over and over again. Menace trying to beat the human drone, not able to find much intel, gets gunned down by 7 into another kill. That is going to be a complete stall out with a molly. They can't push A without taking damage, let alone dying. And this is an absolute lockout for Zekin and company. There is some utility being brought out, and there's nothing they can really do. They have to try to find some angles, and they're able to find Bones instead. It's still a man disadvantage in their disadvantaged favor, but Jangler might be able to find another one. That's going to be the Playmaker 7. 3 now, lockdown still potentially in play for TS, but instead it looks like they might be opting for a B-side take.
As already going back, they go ahead back off trying to head through mid as Oasis is watching. But it should be on the flight. I would spot them yet. Oh, come on, Oasis. Pick this. You know you have this. But no, let's go for the flank either as they're dope. They go for a little bit of fake.
30 seconds.
They head back onto A. With 30 seconds left to go here, Max. They're trying to slow play it. Trying to like bear any of the rotations, but still nothing to be gained as of yet.
Smoke's going down inside tree. They're going to be telegraphing exactly where the push is going to be coming from. 15 seconds. 4 of those need to be dedicated to a play, and the lockdown stalls it out. That's going to be TS with another round win. There's no way. Spike manages to go down. Osiris and Tyrell getting some. Zekin, last one alive again in B main. Deja vu indeed. No intel. Trying to kill the planter or the post-plant defuse. But Tyrell's there for a double kill instead. Lockdown was so effective. And that's going to be Teal Seam doubling the points over Phoenix 1 in their most preferred side of the map. And I believe it's their map choice too.
That is correct here, Max. And now, TS, a team that came out of nowhere, showing up like against these tier 2 teams with such beautifully executed, aggressive play here, Max. Like insanely well lined shots, and you're looking at it too. Like the plays that they have currently on the defense with their spread, with how they play their agents, and how they're able to cover their sight lines, I'm impressed. And I hope to see more and more of these teams. Now on the attack, we'll see if P1 is able to bring it back.
I am very impressed as well about Teal Team. They have been the upset kings of this tournament so far, taking down Sedated 2-0. And if they can continue what they did on the defense on the attack, they might very well 2-0 Phoenix 1. Jangler, though, holding down the side as long as humanly possible. And Chat, no, isn't able to work a triple kill. The two of them, which is shocked second, is going to be holding down the side as long as humanly possible. Phoenix 1, maybe the defense is their side on this map. And then seemingly so, with them getting their 5th round.
Man, who says lightning doesn't strike twice here, my brother? That was, you see that shot there and how much work that did? You can see why my brother Sova is as tall as a bowstring. What's that? Is that good?
I haven't met too many Russian people, so I'm assuming yes.
Hi, thanks, man.
I don't want to lie to you though.
I'll take it. It's fine.
Okay.
It's probably just good enough to be passable. To be perfectly fine though, but right now we'll see how TS decided to go ahead and play out the attack. Considering the entire attack was sorted before as well. Like we said, usually a 3 on site and mid side is always open for whatever P1 defend. Exactly like that. They go ahead pushing through mid.
Here.
Looking to possibly try to catch somebody on A with a breach and Jet holding down on heaven and close.
Oh no, this is concerning me a little bit. We've seen this strategy before, I think mostly from Phoenix 1 when they were back on bind, but that spike was dropped down and now, at least now they picked it up. But look at how scattered the attack is right now. There's different quadrants of people looking for multiple different avenues to find the opening pick, but no one's been able to find anything just yet. Seems like Bones might be the one that had to go for the entry inside of Garden, and oh, that is a funky angle. And we see them rush up to the site, kind of doing exactly what Phoenix wanted on the attack. It's a back and forth provision pandemonium.
It's immediately every single time here, Max. The smokes come out, but not in their favor, and all of everybody on B is dead, amigo. Unfortunately, hasta la vista, baby. As the 2 on B coming through, have a shock that stop, but Spike is planted here, Max. They do not necessarily get tagged by the shock darts though, but as of right now, as they're pushing in, they catch one up. But Jangle's actually going to get Oasis, try to make it a little bit more even. As you see the health bars across TS, a little bit low push in the ADS, the burst. They get 2 now, and they bring it to a 2v1. This is possible. Jangler dies to the fire, into the flame here. TS 9-5.
One thing that's really interesting about Phoenix 1's defense is traditionally we never see them ever hold mid at all, at any capacity. No marketplace, no mid, no catwalk generally, just straight up never have control of mid. And it's interesting because even after that last round on catwalk, we are seeing a bit more of a presence inside of tree in that general connector area like Hubby. I'm wondering if they're going to rotate out of there very quickly, or if there's going to be a response from TS to see if they're going to go for an aggressive attack. Already, it's going to be smoked down. Menace with an op looking to see any kind of opportunities, but there's a drone right on the other side. It seems like they're taking a page out of P1's playbook and maybe going for an A main rush again.
Because now Breach and along with Breach and Jet in the Cypher 2, they're all holding down M3 here, Max, too. This is such an interesting position to hold because the side's kind of open, but Omen pushes in, goes up onto Heaven, because they're now pretty much almost play the retake game, but they push them off right back on site because they're pushing up on Cat. They're going on to B. The B side's completely open. I don't think they've run this as of yet, Max.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a gigantic rotate coming on out. Zekin, though, is hiding on B side right now, has a great angle going into B main. This could be a great opportunity to use an Owl drone or the likes of intel. Jangler, though, is going to as well with the smoke on B main. That's going to help stall things out a little bit. But let's keep an eye on this run it back in Zekin and see who's going to come out on top. Unfortunately, it's going to be the run it back that comes out on top there.
Yeah, because he's able to go ahead and come back alive, right?
Yeah.
Because Aspen says, oh, well, you can do that too. Well, yes, he can, but Agility cannot, unfortunately, as he gets caught at mid-side. But Spike goes down here for TS as all to go ahead and hold down on site. Now the retake comes in for P1. What are they able to do here, Max? As they're trying to attack both sides, they come in, flash out with the breach. They take down the turret, but it's three back and brought up Killjoy. Util is getting him so low. They cannot do much. It's a 5v3 with the jungle holding in outside by door. This is tough.
I think that's the second utility kill we've seen from Tyrell so far this matchup. And Zekin able to find him back. A little bit of revenge from earlier on in the matchup there. Seven as well, able to find one, but it's going to be Menace. Usually the entry frag and usually the first to die very aggressively. It's going to be the last one alive now, saving the op. I'm sure economically makes a lot of sense. We're going to have to see that at the end of this round. At least Osiris is going to fall as well. Menace can find one, but Teal was able to really pounce onto that site and bait it out so much. They realize that Phoenix One feels just so uncomfortable with the idea of B site at any capacity, and they banked on that so hard. So if I had to guess, we're probably going to see a B side take a little bit more often from here on out.
Yeah, because like you saw within their attacking site, it's as though they couldn't get past the letter A, unfortunately. Now, although I do go ahead and joke and kid, right? I find it leading a lot more into what they're comfortable with as we are getting a tactical pause as of right now here, Max. But yeah, P1 are definitely really leaning into. Ooh, okay, we're ghosts. Yeah, P1 are really leaning into the plays that they are generally comfortable with, right? Trying to execute them over and over, maybe trying to check different angles, but like this is what they know. This is their bread and butter, the playbook that they've drafted for themselves. They're just sticking to it. And sometimes then, and so it's quite a bit of back and forth for them.
Yeah, definitely a lot of back and forth. And I'm a little surprised. It's a huge reversal from what we saw on Bind. Both fragged out solely on attacking rounds, and they struggled a lot on the defense. This time around, though, it seems like a huge defensive-sided mantra is coming out from both sides. But the core difference here is that TLC might be able to make this change quite a bit and just be superior overall, depending on how they play this next round. Yes, my camera goes, yes.
Yes, now, Max, you are unfortunately just cutting it in and out, man. I should go ahead and call you Dr. Strange because you're seeing every possibility coming in through Discord here, my brother. It's just you can see 1,000,000 to 1 immediately. I imagine your head is going like this.
I'm wondering if that's my internet or if it's just the entirety of the internet on their side, the internet side itself, just hating me. But overall, we'll do our best.
Yeah. We will work tirelessly to make sure that you are entertained immediately, sir. I don't know what that was, honestly. I don't know what that accent was. See, because I was thinking of more, like a top class British dude coming into it, like thinking like, hey, don't you worry here, man. Everything will be fine. But seems as though right now everything is fine for the side of P1, though, as all defense sites are open as right now. TS are pushing up through spawn into B. Interesting play here. They're coming in through garage, but look at Menace. He's holding so aggressively right down. He's able to spot them as soon as they enter as a 5-man stack. But the drone spots him. That's big.
The Owl Drone coming in clutch there. Going to be denying the death against, I believe that would be 7. Bones, though, with the knives is able to find precision instead. He's going to go in for a second one up close with the Op. Goodbye, Mr. Op. And now it's in the possession of Bones. Ooh, that is such an acquired upgrade right there coming out from TS's side. And Phoenix 1, they're being stalled out by a lockdown, a firewall, and everything they can possibly bring out on the attack.
Agility just with a little bit of a stinger, but the stinger don't bite, man. But 7 unfortunately does right now as P1 with just 2 people left to go to get in onto the site as well. Side on the back able to get one traded back immediately by second. And just the only one left, and Oasis finds him and takes him out. I believe that was actually P1 on the save here too. So it was like at least I'm getting a couple of picks and trying to make it expensive. So good on them. But Max, there are only 2 rounds to go. TLC can actually clutch this out 2-0.
They absolutely can. Look at the economy right now of Teal Seam as well. Picking up that op was only the tip of the iceberg for how important that last round is. There's the teddy bear. Oh, that's adorable.
What a cutie patootie here, man. Shout out to yet again, Arch Rivers, Ty, and Yeti for showing us things we've never experienced before. You could still call it a whole new world, Max.
Is that a Little Mermaid?
That is, so because you can see that they're showing us a fantastic point of view.
Mermaid, right?
Also Little Mermaid. Have you not seen that either?
I've not in a very long time.
You tragic human being.
I know.
But as of right now here, yet again, P1 trying to go opt in to push through garage as only a 2, but mid control is theirs right now here, Max. But look at Zekin as well, just position around market. It should be crossing paths here in just a couple of seconds as he passes it back and forth with the mid with a TP for the Omen going all the way at the back, getting on site.
Oh, that is an important TP right there. Everyone on P1 baited out completely, trying to rotate around what seems to be mid. And there we go, full control of B site. Osiris is able to take down Menace. All that's left is precision and agility to really hold the entire fort. They have to retake B site, a 2v4. Everyone's just hanging around on B site. They can actually all die to the bomb there and be perfectly fine economically. It's a matter right now of whether or not they want to go. Then agility's just, he's done. He doesn't want to take this back. The part about that is now it's gonna be match point yet again.
Yeah, and this was the save right now here for P1 here, Max, because like with a stinger and a bulldog, 2% gets caught at the back. Now it's just agility's left. He probably wants to save his bulldog too, but it's a respectable trade right now because he knows all of his team's gonna have to just go all in, full out, because they'll be on match point, facing unfortunate elimination from the GLG team Serenity Invitational here, Max. My God, this is insane.
It is insane. Not only do you have to double the amount of points that you have to get 2 more on top of that to reach overtime against TS. The last map was a little bit closer. It was a lot closer, in fact. But this time around, not even a single defensive round can be won in the favor of T1. It isn't happening for them. Or
Yeah,
P1.
Yeah, and as you look across the board here too, now P1 cannot afford to possibly try to go for a save here. It's light shield and a broken by shield, but Django goes and pushes up with that Vandal. Nice little skin and nice shots coming out from it too. Back and forth. Menace with the knives gets a double, makes that a triple. Sorry at the end of it. Mounts it back and forth between different weapons. Look at that. He might be able to go ahead and clutch this out for them.
How many knives have we seen in this set? Or even in the Invitational? It's been quite a bit. But also a big Bucky boy in the possession of Menace as well. So much visual deniability hanging around throughout A site. TS, this is the first time in a long time they've planted on A. For the most part, they've gunned it for B. Well, that's the weaker site for P1. Now have to play a retake game with less members of their and a much more preferred angle for P1 to play with overall. Osiris is gonna fall, 7 trying to find more, but it's precision that comes in and finds the into a diffuse in P1 in the game for a little bit longer.
Yes, right now as Max unfortunately goes into more of the multiverses here, but like you mentioned there, Max,
No.
he won yet again, just like last round. He'll live to see another day. 6-12 now. Although it is still a top spot for them, it is definitely not impossible. Just have to play impeccably and perfectly. Now, the economy right now for the side of TS, though, still looking quite good. So they should be good for a couple more of these rounds. But at least now, P1 able to get some guns in their hand. But I am going to miss, like you mentioned, Max, that big Bucky boy. Shout out to Darth Mike.
Oh man, this multiverse thing's gonna really annoy me. That's supposed to come out in 2 weeks, not now.
Come on, man. Get your timelines facts though, but but within how
Oh
TS
no, that's
on the
WandaVision. That comes out
Ooh,
2 weeks.
different show. You're right. Different show. Should be great, honestly. But another thing that is possibly great right too is a 3-man slow push pasted on the B side. They go into the garage, though, aren't able to find much though. As right now, 2 TS are positioned right around A. They're bouncing back and forth, looking to see what they get through A main. Although the choke gets smoked out though. Looking to push in here still. There's only 2 there. Let's see what they do.
I'm really curious about this mid push right now as well.
You should
Definitely a
run,
huge
run.
stall out as well, making sure that
Yeah.
no one can get on by inside mid. Men is holding down this site, waiting to see who's going to approach. So many smokes going through, but the attacker Killjoy might be able to stall out just about everybody on A. Only a few seconds left to see how this is going to go down. Flashed out completely detained. It's going to be a full-on for TS to get onto the site. No one's able to survive this at all. Zekin trying to peek on through. And yet again, it's Zekin, the IGL versus Precision, the huge playmaker for the team. Only one left alive now. It's 100 Fury coming out. This is it. This is the final play for P1 in the entirety of the tournament, it seems. Precision needs to do something now. He's able to find the run it back, but can he keep alive a little bit longer? He does have the rolling thunder. He's going to bring it out. He's got no other choice, Ravish. He's got to go for it.
He has to, definitely, but he gets revealed by the location dart. They all know where he is here, Max. He flashes out, he goes, he's taken out. And that will be it for P1 as TS, as Teal Seam go up into the semifinals with a team starting a GLG invitation. What?
Very crazy. Teal Seam is throwing an absolute monkey wrench into everything that teams had planned to win for the Team Serenity Invitational. They're doing such a great job at doing it, and they're doing it so cleanly as well. Now, that's not to say all these are complete stomps. Both teams we've seen so far, Sedated and Phoenix One, have put up really good fights against this team. But it's just Teal Seam to edge things out on defense or attack, and download the abilities and the movements of their enemy. Just barely score victories, or sometimes win 13-7. It's pretty good too.
Yeah, because you saw, man, even with the back and forth of the first half, it's TS just ran away with it on the attack, looking absolutely flawless here, Max. So, I mean, these guys right now, like you mentioned already before, they're definitely dark horse this tournament, considering how quickly they came out, but they're establishing their name and their claim to fame, but I cannot wait to see what more they can say. Could have had third round. It was almost there. I had it. And you know what? And they got no one to blame because they're great. There you go. I did it. Finished off. Yeah.
That's good. I'm proud you finished your thought. But overall, when it came down to it, it was so fun casting the Team Serenity Invitational today. So many amazing teams that we got to see as well. But of course, for the viewers out there as well, if the Twitch chat's working, I think it is at this point. I haven't heard anything about that. But if you want to have a chance to win a Team Serenity 2021 jersey, all you have to do in chat is type in exclamation point giveaway, and you might have a chance to walk home with an amazing jersey that you won't be able to get anywhere else.
Exactly. So go ahead, spam those up right now because those look clean here, Max. So I'm loving what I've seen so far. But like you mentioned, I believe that'll actually do it for us here today for the side of GLG for the Team Serenity Invitational. I believe the initial match is still going on for MMG on the mainstream on Twitch TV. Says watch Team Serenity. Just go ahead, go where we go and rating them in just a couple of seconds as well. But with that, I want to go ahead and give some absolute massive thank yous to first the GLG and Team Serenity. Go ahead and put this on as well. The band TO for producing the entire day. Ty and Yeti, man. Insane observe across the board too. Love what I'm doing so far. And thank you to you, Max, for fantastic casting and putting up with me for this entire day.
Oh, of course. I mean, hopefully soon we'll be doing bigger and bigger events like the Serenity event, of course, going forwards. And we would love to hear back from you guys as well. So if you want to follow us on Twitter, it's at Keglanek for me and at Ravishing Ravish for my boy Ravishing right here. So we'd love to hear back from you guys, and hopefully you'll be seeing us a lot more in the future. But of
Mhm.
course, I think last but not least, we have to thank the players as well for giving us these amazing games. And we have to, oh my, wow. We have
Yeah,
to thank
that's-
the players.
Yes, we do, because honestly, this cannot be all this not could not be possible without them, and of course, without viewers like you. So thank you.
It's so cheesy. I love it.
Of course, man. You can't let me do it. Now, with that all being said, here, folks, I am Ravishing Rabbit, the most ravishing man on the internet. I thank you all for watching. Have a good night. Peace.